Ladies and gentlemen, going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So firstly, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, for all the ones who joined us here today. I can see so much of abundance of talent, leadership, and everyone being on time, which is very pivotal. So for that being said, you guys have taken out your valuable time. Can we have a warm, warm round of applause for all of you for contributing to the excellence in the industry? Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I'm elated to be your host for today. And I welcome you all to the 8th edition of the dentsu-e4m Digital Advertising Report 2024 and the Digital Advertising Conference. Well, we always believe that all of us have a social media personality of ours, right? Wherein we would want to share our thoughts, we would want to contribute. So today, our hashtag is right there in the center, which is dentsu-e4m report. You cannot miss that out if you ever want to tweet or say something about the report launch or about any of the learnings you've had from the event today. Well, before we get started, we'd like to thank all our partners without whose contribution this event truly wouldn't have been possible. Powered by partners, JioCinema, official streaming partner for Tata IPL. Dangle Ads, global leader in performance marketing. Our gold partners being LinkedIn. Teeds, the platform that means business. And our growth partner being Mob Avenue, your growth partner. Well, for all our incredible partners, can we have a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And with that, to know better about our partners, can I cue in for the partner presentations?
CRM cereal is the solution your business needs to win like a champion. It's toasty and crunchy.
Hang on, what about user adoption?
It's crunchy.
What about compatibility?
Well, it's Toasty.
But can it port my existing database?
Let's ask CRM Panda.
CRM Panda. This commercial's not telling me anything.
Dancing pandas don't sell CRM. Ads on LinkedIn do. With 70 million decision makers, LinkedIn is the place to be.
Well, once again, a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all our partners for joining us and contributing to the success of this event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year is a small step for humanity, a giant leap for marketing. Well, as we delve into the transformative influence of artificial intelligence on the marketing practices and strategies, accentuating the significance of data-driven insights, the ethical practices as well as sustainability thrives. The theme signifies the cumulative impact of the incremental advancements that propel the marketing industry towards significant progress. Through our exploration today, we strive to revolutionize audience engagement by integrating AI, prioritizing ethical AI utilization, and embracing a human-centric approach to innovation. Well, Dentsu, one of the leading global media conglomerates in India that specializes in media, digital, and creative offerings. And Exchange4Media Group, India's one-stop destination for the entire marketing, media, and advertising industry, here come once again together to launch the 8th edition of the dentsu-e4m Digital Advertising Report 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it is now time for me to invite the visionary himself. It's time for me to invite the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World founder, Exchange4Media, Dr. Anurag Batra, for his welcome address. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more applause for the man himself.
You know, visionary, that's a very loosely used term. I definitely need to go to my eye doctor because my vision is becoming bleaker and bleaker. But good afternoon, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the 8th edition of the E4M Dentsu Ages Network Digital Advertising Outlook 2024. My gratitude to the Dentsu team. Mr. Harsha Rajdan is there, Ms. Anita Kotwani is there, Mr. Vinod Thadani is there. I've also met Sanchita. The whole Dentsu team is there. So thank you to Dentsu for partnering with Exchange4Media for this pioneering initiative. This is in the 8th year and has become a marquee event. Look at the turnout. It's a full house, and I'm sure as the event goes into presenting the report, it'll be even a bigger audience when we present the report. Mr. Harsha Rajdan is going to present the numbers of the report. I have the numbers, but that's a duty that he will do and the dentsu team will do, and we have a fantastic lineup of speakers who are domain experts by the virtue of doing so much work in this domain and working with platforms that are part of the report and are contributing to the growth of the digital advertising ecosystem. We know that the biggest thing that confronts us is artificial intelligence. And it would have been nice to see if we'd got ChatGPT or QX or any of the autopilots to write this report for you. What would they have done? That would be an interesting exercise. Maybe we can do it later. But this report has been written by Dentsu, and when you see the numbers, they're representative of what's happening. I'm going to talk to you about something I've been talking for the last 2-3 months, because I'm not an expert on digital advertising. I should be, but I'm not. I know a bit about it, and I continue to learn. I'm going to talk to you about 3 things that have been on top of my mind, and I've been talking about it. One is sleep, the other is kindness, and third is sustainability. Whether you have whatever tools you have, these 3 things will still come in handy. First of all, let me start by asking how many of you sleep more than 8 hours in the night? I'm assuming no one sleeps in the day, definitely not at work. But how many of you sleep more than 8 hours? Nobody. How many of you sleep more than 7 hours? Okay, like 40%, 7 hours, 30%. How many of you sleep 6 hours? So a lot of you sleep, so about 40% is 6 hours, 30% is 7 hours. Nobody who's 8 hours. Naval does sleep 8 hours, I know, mostly. So I want to tell you that the most important thing, you're building digital businesses, you're building brands, you're building businesses. I met some of the CMOs who come for it. A lot of CMOs are women, and women will always prioritize their family and the children, and especially when the children are young, they are sleep deprived. I know it. My wife went through the same, and I would sleep. I read a book called, I think Naval gifted it to me a couple of years back, called Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker. And I reread it last year. And I can tell you that those of you who are not sleeping 8 hours, like I met some of my colleagues, Mr. Palak Shah is the managing editor of Business World, and Palak said to me that you don't look yourself. I said I only slept 4.5 hours last night, and that's why I'm low on energy. Sleep is the most foundational pillar of health. I know it's a digital advertising forum, but it's important because there are 2 kinds of companies, and I love those companies. One is content companies, where you can binge watch from 11 p.m. till 4 a.m. You can watch 6 episodes, 4 episodes from whichever OTT platform you want to watch. Second is, not only you can watch, you can also eat food at 2 a.m. Delivery companies. So they're very anti-sleep in that sense. You could always argue that that is about your own discipline, but availability does create consumption. We as business owners, marketers know that. So whatever you do, don't sleep less than 8 hours. If 2 people in this room start sleeping 8 hours, after me talking about it, I think I would have done a job, because I have met people who are having issues. They're 35 years old, but they're super fit, but they're having health issues because they don't sleep enough. You know the case of Ranjan Das, the MD of SAP, who died a couple of years back. Super fit, used to go to the gym every day because he used to sleep 4.5 hours in the night. So don't sleep less. Keep your phone away in the other room. There are 3 pillars of health. One is sleep, the other is nutrition, what you eat, and third is movement. But sleep is 60-70%, definitely 60%. Second is kindness. How many of you heard of Nether Ben Yehuda? He's not an IPL player. He's Israeli, clearly from his name. Has anybody heard of Nether Ben Yehuda? Sanchayata? No? So he's an Israeli climber. In 2012, he would have become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. He left the base camp and he was about to reach the Mount Everest. And he encountered two friends who had started the climb with him, who were in a precarious condition, and they were about to die. One of them died and the other was about to die. So Nether had two choices, either to go up and become the youngest Israeli in 2012 to climb the Mount Everest or save his friend's life. Guess what he did? That's why I'm talking about. If he just climbed Mount Everest, possibly I wouldn't talk about it. So we do a lot of awards, both in Exchange for Media, BW Business World. We do it through a process. We do it through a jury. We don't have a brief for or against anyone. We try and have neutrality in everything we do. People have become very me. Our leaders, political leaders, whichever country you can think of. I'm not talking of India. India is a very compassionate leader. Sasha is laughing. It's not a joke. But leaders have become pygmies. A lot of leaders are about me. So this is a guy who could have become the youngest Israeli, but he chose to be kind. When you sleep better, you'll be kinder. When I sleep better, I didn't sleep well last night because I slept very late. And I did eat dinner very late. I did both the things that I'm talking of. But at least 5 days a week, I sleep more than 8 hours. Sometimes 6, sometimes 7. So if you sleep well, you'll be kinder to yourself. And I know we all want to achieve our goals, professional, personal. But helping others grow will help you grow. So be kind. Third is sustainability. We're talking about artificial intelligence because digital advertising and artificial intelligence, blockchain, these are really intertwined in some way. Google is very worried about what's happening with ChatGPT because Google has $70 billion coming from search. And with AI, the search ecosystem is already changed. It will change forever. When you have to do artificial intelligence, it involves computing, which means football fields running large networks. Even in the digital ecosystem, we're using a lot of energy, we are on our devices. So whatever we are doing, we are taking away from the earth. And those of you from Delhi, the winters weren't there in November. They came in mid-December, which is at least a month late, if not 45 days. You're seeing the wildfires in every part of the world, in Europe, in America, in Africa, in Australia. The summers are coming 2 months in advance. In some places, 4 months in advance. The oceans are shrinking. And that's very bad news. It means that we will have higher temperatures going forward. There'll be extreme weather. We already see that in some parts of the world. So really, whatever you do as leaders, your CEOs of companies, your CXOs, CMOs, you do communication. So raise the sustainability consciousness. The computing power is using a lot of energy. Even when we talk of blockchain or crypto, the amount of mining that is happening in the world is not good for our natural resources. So I just want to say that whatever you do, sleep enough, be kind to yourself, be kind to others, which I'm sure all of you are. I would recommend a book called Humankind by Rutger Bregman. He's a Dutch philosopher, writer, writes superbly. One of the best books I enjoyed reading, and it does research over 150 years on the kindness of human beings. Human beings are competitive. That's okay. There's nothing wrong to be competitive in business or in any other sphere. I want to end by saying when Mr. Rajdan, even when I was writing the note, Michelle told me, don't give away the numbers right up front. So I told her, you can edit it. But you'll know that India is growing. The digital infrastructure is growing. The digital public infrastructure is growing. And I'm writing a piece for Business World this week. We've taken a lead in UPI, we've taken a lead in Cohen, we've taken a lead through ONDC, though ONDC is maybe another year away, but there is no question that ONDC will you have a huge impact. Similarly, I believe, and I believe that the government will do it, put $10 billion, 15 in AI and say we will be the AI capital of the world, so to say. And every country is vying to do that. We are growing in every way. So the ADEX is growing, the spends by advertisers are growing. There's been a change in the profile of the spend because it was a winter for some of the startups, or at least they did not spend as much they spent in the previous season. But SMEs, we did a top story on Exchange for Media today on how SMEs who are on the verge of becoming large companies are spending because they see growth. Also, there is a trend of premiumization in every category, which means you're spending both in terms of programmatic, but you're also spending on brand building. The only headline is that digital has become the number one medium. That is not a surprise. I'll leave the details to Mr. Rajdan's presentation, but both the ADEX are growing and digital is growing. And we had the TV first conference prime time on 31st, and one of the CMOs who was presenting sent me his presentation. He said it's not either or, and he puts his money where his mouth is. You know him really, really well. And he talked about how television is still relevant and television is not playing to its strengths, and he made a presentation at our forum. So it's not either or. Digital will continue to grow. Recently I met a company which is using artificial intelligence to detect ad frauds, because on digital, the issue of chatbots has been solved to a huge extent, but still there is a belief amongst advertisers that it can be better. So really, how do you make sure that the people who are in television, we have landing pages, which is not real viewership. Certain channels claim that they are number one because of landing pages, but they aren't. Neither they are relevant through the buzz, nor they are similarly digital ad fraud and chatbots will become a real issue, a bigger issue as the pie grows. So hence using artificial intelligence to be able to grow this ecosystem and have more efficiency in this ecosystem. Of course, as digital is growing, the programmatic advertising is growing, and the percentage of programmatic advertising is growing. I'm purposely not giving you the numbers otherwise. So I just want to leave you here saying that as we become more and more digital, more and more connected, I'm sure you will use the power of every medium and not just digital to be able to grow, and marketers are using that. All the best. I look forward to learning from you. I don't come to all E4M forums. I'd love to, but today I'm here, except for 1 hour where me and Naval have to go for a colleague's mother's bereavement, which happened today morning. But we are here mostly to be able to learn. Thank you to the dentsu-e4m network team for partnering with us and having faith. And when I was walking, Mr. Thadani and Ms. Kotwani were saying something to, we try very hard to be equidistant from everyone. We work with all the players, and our partnership with Dentsu is really, really important to us, and I'm glad we partner. So just want to say this while you are here, Harsha. So thank you, God bless you, Mr. Rajdan and Ms. Kotwani and Mr. Thadani. We'll be able to give you the numbers. They're not far from now. Please give them a big hand for putting together this fantastic report, which is of relevance, and it has data points which support what is happening in the ecosystem, but it gives granularity on that. And within those data points, what are the trends, what are the insights? Most importantly, where is it likely to be in the next 12 months? It's an election year, which means there'll be more spends. It's Lok Sabha elections, plus throughout the year there are assembly elections, and during elections the spends go up. Also, election economy is such that it creates more disposable income for a lot of consumers, and I don't have to explain how. I'm sure you understand that. That also means that the consumption goes up. So one is the advertising goes up, but the economy is such, events will happen, people will make more money, and the election economy has its own legs, which will really push up the whole economy and the advertising ecosystem. So I'm looking forward to the unveiling of the report as much as everyone is. Thank you for being here. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Well, esteemed guests, do continue to share and exchange your thoughts with our hashtag dentsu-e4m report as one word. Well, it is now time for the much awaited moment. It's now time for the report unveiling. And it is now indeed my honor to call upon the esteemed dignitaries to join us who can help us with the report unveiling. First up, if I could have Harsh Razdan, the Chief Executive Officer, South Asia Dentsu, to please join us, along with Narayan Devanathan, Group Chief Strategic Advisor at Dentsu India, Amit Wadhwa, Chief Executive Officer, Dentsu Creative India, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World, Founder, Exchange for Media, Mr. Naval Ahuja, Co-Founder, Exchange for Media. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, the applause can continue. Anita Kotwani, Chief Executive Officer, Media, South Asia, Dentsu. Anubhav Santhalia, Chief Executive Officer, Dentsu, CXM India and Merkle India. Santosh Ganavarapu, the Chief Growth Officer at Merkle India. Abhik Biswas, AVP Consumer Insights, Dentsu India, as well as Nazia Alvi Rahman, Editor, E4M. So ladies and gentlemen, since we have such amazing dignitaries on stage, we're going to be getting the reports now being passed. Let's get the reports being passed to all our dignitaries, and what I would like you all to do is do a short countdown. So when we come to number 1 is by the time you will unveil and show the report, all right? So we'll just do a supportive countdown, which is when I say 10, you just say 9. So let the reports first be passed. We'll open it at the same time and show it to the audience. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 10. Come on, more better. 8. 6. Okay, just give them a moment because the reports are still there. All right, all right. Okay, we'll start from 5 again. All right, 5, 3, and it is now time. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause. dentsu-e4m Digital Advertising Report 2024. Come on, everyone, make some noise. Check. We'd request all our dignitaries to come together in one group photograph. Let's capture this moment and remember to keep hashtagging dentsu-e4m report as one word. All right, just one more photograph. Can we just remove the wrappers as well, please, if that's okay? We'll just get one more photograph together. Thank you so much for being so kind. Once again, can I request you all to please come together? So ladies and gentlemen, this is the official photograph we're talking about. Let's make some noise, everyone, and bring in a lot more enthusiasm and celebrate the report unveiling. With that, congratulations to the entire team, and may we request our dignitaries to please now step down. As our dignitaries continue with the conversations, it's now time for me to re-invite to know more about the report none other than the Chief Executive Officer, South Asia Dentsu, Harsh Razdan, to please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause.
So firstly, let me apologize for any lack of momentum you see with me. It's solely responsible to Anurag because he's given, every time I meet him, he gives some idea which confuses me. This time it was the 8-hour sleep thing. I don't sleep 8 hours. Slowly, the number of hours are increasing as Dentsu is doing better and better. But it's certainly not 8 hours, but I take the thing. Secondly, I would say, Anurag, you've done very well to put the pressure back on me and saying all the numbers are going to come by me. But guess what? My team has said, Harsh, don't speak beyond a point, because we will do a better presentation than you. Just speak this much and stop. So that's what I've been told. But a big welcome and thank you for everyone here in the audience. And Anurag, Naval, thank you for partnering us in this wonderful report that we have released. The eighth, I would say, edition of this report. Many years back, I believe that people didn't believe this report will make sense. And there were questions asked about whether this report will ever continue for more than a year or two. I must say that people outside the industry, I think I know more people outside the industry than within the industry still, after 9 months of being here. Everyone still looks at this report as the Bible, I would say, very clearly. This is not a report in my view, it's almost like a Bible. People look at the current and people want to gaze at the future very, very, very clearly. And this report does a wonderful job of that. If you look at Dentsu, and I'd like to sort of tell you why this report and the partnership with E4M has made sense for us this year. We've always been in the thick of digital, and as we've looked at honing in our positioning for India, we've been talking about us being a tech and marketing consultancy. That's the way we are positioning ourselves. So any issue, any challenge, any question raised on the area of marketing, business or tech, people should come to us to talk to us about. And when we position ourselves in this space, there are very clearly two big levers our global vision of positioning talks about. One big lever is about us being a people-centered transformation company. What this means is, as an agency, we do understand our people better, we understand our consumers better, we understand our clients' consumers better, and we want to be a part of the journeys or the changing journeys which each of our clients or employees go through, with more and more digital and AI coming in. The second pillar that we talk about is, again, very close to my heart, around us being a B2B2S firm, business to society company. We want to work more and more for society, do the right things for society. And if it means there are projects or programs that we can do, we will bend our back to do those projects even better and better. Over the last 8 or 9 months, we've tried to bring this vision to life. And there have been 4 streams that we've looked at. The first stream has been extreme client obsession. Work around the client, everything else is secondary. The second theme is around AI. And we believe that AI will be the big thing that will change the dynamics of this industry and for us as Dentsu as we go forward. Third, sustainability. And fourth, innovation and creativity. I must say that the report and the way it's been constructed, it has involved AI. Anurag, to your point, it's not been written by us, but we've used AI to write the report. But not only that, I think the way this report has been coming out, and it talks about how AI is impacting media, is at the core of Dentsu's heart and the way we're trying to position ourselves as a company. As we look at the report being unveiled to all of you, it does show a healthy growth this year of the ADX moving up to 110,000 plus crores, with digital being a strong number one. I'll have Abhik Biswas come and talk about this. He's our EVP for Consumer Insights. But before that, a big thank you to all of you here. I genuinely believe that this report is for all of us. It's not for Dentsu or E4M only. It's for us to try and collaborate, gaze the future, and try and see what sense we can make for it. So thanks once again for the partnership. The E4M team, Anurag, Michelle, Naval, and everyone who's come in here today to celebrate the day with us. Welcome, Abhik, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And Harsh, if I may request you to please join us on stage as we have a small felicitation to happen. If I could now have the Director, Agency Development and Marketer, Education APAC, LinkedIn, Catherine Flynn, to kindly join us. Let's give Our Lady a warm, warm round of applause. And let's get both of you in the frame together in the center. Catherine, if you could help us to felicitate. That's going to happen shortly. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. So as Harsh rightly said, Mr. Razdan rightly said that the report spot is all about how AI is impacting media, and to know further in the details, it's now time for me to call upon the AVP Consumer Insights Dentsu India, Mr. Abhik Biswas, to please join us.
Yeah. Thank you, Harsh and Anurag, and namaskar, everyone. I remember concluding the previous round of this report, paraphrasing Neil Armstrong with this quote that one small step for technology, one generational leap for mankind. And from that small step at the beginning of 2023 to today, I see technology has enabled a sort of a modern renaissance for humanity. In 2023, India placed Vikram on the lunar South Pole, with Pragyan making giant strides there. We sent Aditya closer to our sun, also Aditya, to study it. India as a whole opened the gateway to the Industrial Revolution 4.0 with upgraded connectivity and infrastructure. AI became a household name, and now we are seeing the introduction of AI-enabled smart interfaces like Human's AI Pin, the Rabbit R1, and many other such AI-powered devices, which are aiming to be a smartphone alternative. And in this year, we also saw the rise of numerous applications and services which are using the power of AI. We are currently seeing Apple and Meta vying for the top spot when it comes to spatial computing and extended reality hardware. And soon we'll see this space of XR thrive. And as we gather here today to celebrate this new renaissance at the launch of the 8th edition of the Dentsu Exchange4Media Digital Advertising Report, we explore this small step for humanity to a giant leap for marketing. And to support me with this report today, this report summary presentation today, I thought of what better way than have a little technological augmentation. So presenting on the screen, Captain Crypto, or as you can say, me wingman from the Renaissance era, be present here to augment my blood and bones with noughts and ones. My avatar for all my mateys out there. And now together, let's leap into the Indian advertising industry and how it has fared in the last 1 year. The Indian advertising industry grew at a rate of 8.6% over 2022 to a current market size of 9.93,000 crore, 93,166 crore rupees. Furthermore, it is expected to grow at 9% to cross 1,01,591 crore by the end of this year. By the end of 2025, we expect this industry to grow at a compounded rate of 9.6% to reach a market size of 1,12,453 crore. Now, looking at the major contributors of this growth story. FMCG contributes 34%, being the biggest contributor of Indian advertising industry, and it's followed by e-commerce, contributing 14%, and consumer durables contributing 6%. Well, in 2023, we saw immense growth from various new sectors that were previously not that big in the advertising space. We saw travel and tourism grew their advertising spends by 73% over 2022. It's followed by government sector ads growing by 62%, and real estate growing by 42% over the last 1 year. And in the year 2024, we expect the automotive segment to see very high growth, attributed to demand for personal mobility and increasing consumer demand. Now, for the first time, as Harsh and Anurag mentioned, there has been a fundamental change when it comes to the media avenues where the spends are growing. In 2023, digital media spends surpassed the persistently dominant television media spends, with the largest share contribution of 44%. In this year, television contributed 32%, followed by 20% contributed by print media. And continuing this leap, digital media's growth trajectory will reach 50% spends contribution by the end of 2024. The spends on television in this year will come down to 28% from the current 32%. And given the exponential nature of technological progress, we are witnessing nothing short of a renaissance of our generation. And this gets reflected in the way the digital ad industry has been driving the overall advertising industry, especially at a time when the global economic trends have seen a slowdown. The digital ad industry ended the year 2023 with a market size of 40,685 crore, growing at 36.6%. And in 2024, we expect it to grow at 25% to reach 50,857 crore. By 2025, the digital advertising industry will grow at a compounded rate of 23.49% to reach 62,045 crore rupees. The largest contributors to the digital media industry remain more or less the same. FMCG contributing 36%, e-commerce 19%, and pharmaceutical 5%. However, in the last year, BFSI witnessed a growth of 75% on their digital media spends. Digital media spends in media and entertainment grew by 63%, followed by government, retail, and real estate sectors. In terms of digital media spends as a proportion of overall media budgets, telecom spends 64%, the highest among all, followed by e-commerce allocating 61% towards digital media. The growth of digital media has been driven by online video and social media. Social media contributes 30%, closely followed by online video 28%, while paid search contributes 23%. And while online video and social media have been having the fastest growth rates, there's a new entrant, advertising on e-retail platforms. And this has been transforming the digital media industry profoundly. Currently, e-retail platforms command substantial share of 22.49% of all digital media spends. And this platform has grown at a compounded rate of 24.86%, and it is expected to continue the momentum. And this widespread growth of advertising on e-retail platforms can be attributed to the direct-to-consumer models, which is now being adopted across the major product segments, along with a massive shift towards mobile commerce and online transactions, which have now become the primary mode of online shopping. Now, this modern renaissance has been bringing us collectively at the crossroads of humanity's evolution. While the Renaissance till the 17th century, where my friend belongs from, was more of a cultural and an intellectual movement, which was primarily focused on scientific, artistic, and humanistic achievements. This modern Renaissance of the 21st century will be the one to elevate humanity and augment it with developments in technology, creativity, and sustainability. I call these the three pathways where this renaissance will happen and elevate humanity. The pathway of technology will be driven by a shift from internet, mobile, and social media to artificial intelligence, and spatial computing. Advancements in artificial intelligence and generative AI are bringing in the next generation of business transformation and is streamlining and improving business functions at all levels. And with spatial computing, we are already seeing the impact of extended reality applications across industries beyond gaming and entertainment. For example, the education sector has been revolutionized by XR, extended reality, with learning experiences involving spatial, hands-on, and immersive lessons, bridging the gap between theory and practical. It is also bringing about significant innovations in the sectors of healthcare, sports, tourism, and manufacturing sectors, among others. The pathway of creativity to this modern renaissance will offer new dimensions of storytelling and artistic expressions. Video advertising will continue its impact and effectiveness, with artificial intelligence streamlining the entire content creation process, which will foster a more effective and empowering landscapes for brands and content creators alike. Influencer marketing is also undergoing a major change and will flourish with the implementation of generative AI and AI, advanced analytics, along with data-driven insights. These spatial experiences brought about by extended reality, along with immersive storytelling, digital art, and the use of these advanced technologies will amplify creative voices in this domain. And these voices across diverse perspectives and areas of life will lead to global inclusivity and a kind of cultural collaboration across the globe, which ultimately benefits businesses and consumers. And the third pillar of this modern renaissance, sustainability, will be driven by the goal of carbon neutrality and supporting the green initiative of green infrastructure, mobility, and energy initiatives. We have already seen many such initiatives even from India, like the electronic mobility mission, the push for hybrid and electric vehicles manufacturing in the country, and biofuels. This journey into sustainability will represent our deep commitment not only to make India more developed, but also a healthier planet for generations to come. And this renaissance of humanity, with technology, creativity, and sustainability as its pillars, highlights the metamorphosis of the future. A harmonious future which is shaped by commitment for interconnectedness and innovation. A future in which growth and development are synonymous. A vision of a world where technology is merely a conduit for human connection, creativity is a universal language, and sustainability is the guiding principle for enduring progress. And with this metamorphosis, technology and AI will not replace humanity. I repeat, it will not replace humanity, but it will only augment it. In fact, we have a live example of this. While Harsh mentioned that this report has used help of generative AI to write, we have not. We have used, rather, generative AI to create the artwork. So if last year we created the first of its kind report to have the artwork designed by generative AI, this year we have taken this notch much higher. As a living testament of this renaissance, we use the artwork, not the words, the artwork in this report, using generative AI and augmenting that with human creativity. So this living testament of renaissance is an era where AI and advancements in generative AI are supporting human creativity and intelligence in an organic and sustainable way. And as we both log off from this presentation with a vision of a future where technology augments the advertising and marketing industry with super strengths, I can't help but remember the essence of one of my favorite superheroes embodying hope for humanity. Up, up, and away. So let us all don our capes and get ready for this giant leap. Thank you, everyone.
Well, kudos to that giant leap. Abhik, apologies. We might have to just ask you to join us back again. And let's leap into some excitement as well together. And if I could have the honor of calling upon Nazia Alvi Rahman, Editor, Exchange for Media, to help us with the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that great address, let's give him a warm, warm round of applause. Check. Thank you so much, Abhik, for joining us. Hashtag E4M, dentsu-e4m report right there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of you for contributing. Well, also, it is now time for us to declare that the dentsu-e4m Digital Advertising Report 2024 has gone live. So what you can do is, for the ones who are seated on the tables, there's a QR code which you'd like to scan. After you scan the QR code, you can register and download the report. For everyone who's seated, please ensure you get an access to the QR code. Also, if you do not have the access to the QR code, what you could also do is visit the website of E4M and Dentsu, which is created specially for this event, wherein you get a chance from there as well to download the report. So do so right away, as the report is live right now. So with that being said, it is now time for me to invite Narayan Devanathan, Group Chief Executive Advisor, Dentsu India, to talk on AI and marketing promises, potentials, as well as perils. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Is there a clicker over here? Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad I'm wearing a mic because I doubt anybody could hear me in the back of the hall otherwise. What a wonderful gathering over here. I'm a little bit like the lettuce in a sandwich. It's a bunch of smart people who preceded me. Abhik showed us the promise of the future. Harsh spoke about the horizons that are possible. Anurag reminded us of our humanity in a very eloquent way. And there's a lot of smart people coming ahead of me as well. My colleagues Amit Vadva, Anita Kotwani, and Santosh Kanavarupu are going to get together with a whole bunch of really smart people. And in the middle of all of that, we have Roshni Das from Intel also showing us the possibilities that are very much almost a reality, not just on the horizon, but even today. But why am I saying I'm like the lettuce in a sandwich? I'm going to be a little bit of an irritant. I'm going to be a little provocative and ask some questions that might make all of us uncomfortable. And that is my single point agenda for us today. But like most of us here in the advertising business, while this was the topic given to me, I conveniently deleted the words "in marketing" because we're good at ignoring briefs most of the time. But I also say that to connect the dot back with something that Harsh spoke about how, as a company, our vision now is to be a B2B2S company. And society is such an important, critical stakeholder in everything that we do as we go forward, right? And it goes back to something that has become a convenient mantra for all of us in business, perhaps for the last 10 years at least, which is to say, do well by doing good. And some of you may know this little anecdote comes from the 18th century when Benjamin Franklin first said these words. But in business, we have adopted this as saying, let's do some good while we are going about making lots of money. But in the context of sustainability, and I mean that not just in the context of the environment and the planet, but in creating sustainable ways of living and producing and consuming, it is no longer enough to do good. We have to do right. And that is a much tougher proposition, which is why when Dentsu adopted squarely this mission of having society as a critical stakeholder in our business itself, not in how we do CSR or how we do that as a side agenda, I felt compelled to say we need to include that in the conversation when we are so excited about the potential and promise of AI. Because we have to go into this with our eyes open about the perils as well. But is it all dark times? This quote is from the middle of the 1800s. It's the opening lines of the book, A Tale of Two Cities. And it seems so paradoxical, so oxymoronic when you read all of the words. But also at the same time, it seems so contemporary. It seems like he could have written this today. It could have been written about tomorrow as well. And it begs the question, so what is it exactly? Is it the best of times? Is it the worst of times? Is it a time for wonder? Is it a time for despair? And the answer is yes, because it is all of the above. But what it can become is up to us. Some of you may be familiar with this metaphor of how, especially in the last 40 years or so, technology has progressed through our society. There's something called the peak of inflated expectations. We've seen that with Web3, we've seen that with the metaverse, we've seen that with other technologies. But the ride and the fall from the peak of inflated expectations to the trough of disillusionment has been swift for many technologies because they've not lived up to the promise that they came with, right? How many of you still even remember that thing called an NFT? How many of us are still swimming in the metaverse? How many of us have actually been party to Web3 the way it was promised to be? But it's not all despair, because while those technologies might have fallen from the peak of inflated expectations to the trough of disillusionment, the technology of the day that we've been talking about has actually gone from there to what is called the plateau of productive reality. And it's gone about it in a way that has been almost unnoticed, right? As far back as 2011 itself, one of the most mainstream introductions of AI was amongst us, and it's become such an integral part of our realities, and that is the likes of Siri. We don't think of Siri as AI, but it's very much AI. We've gone through generations of change to say we are now into the age of generative AI, and tomorrow we will have predictive AI, and then the entity. But the ride that AI has gone through seems to indicate that the promises and potential will outweigh the perils. And that's good news for most of us. So what might be cause for despair? What might be cause for us to think about why it's not always a good thing? I've got 3 examples here for a quote that I made up this afternoon. And that is that, so far at least, artificial intelligence is still no match for human stupidity. The things that we are capable of, the dumb things that we are capable of as humans, is because our scales of intelligence vary so much. Machines are still learning from us, right? But as these movies showed us, Joaquin Phoenix and our own Rajnikant in Robot, and this movie that is releasing tomorrow, all of them try to see what is at the intersection of perhaps the worst of human biology and chemistry coming together to see what happens when a human falls in love with a robot, right? So we're still plumbing the depths of human stupidity. Machines have a long way to go. Or do they? Because we've experimented with this in the past. Can we get some sound, please?
The chicken crossed the road to become a sandwich. The chicken crossed the road to become a sandwich. Burger King encouraged the chicken, made with white meat chicken. Bed of lettuce for you to sleep on. Bed of mayonnaise for extra sleep. The chicken sandwich from Burger King tastes like bird. BK logo appears. Gender reveal, bad. Tender reveal, yum. It is a boy bird with crispy chicken tenders from Burger Thing. Like lavender, but -1. Math is tasty. Tender plus sauce equals romantic dinner. Eat the math. Pick 2 of these for $6 money bucks. BK logo appears.
So they're catching up. The machines are catching up to our levels of stupidity. But actually, that's not the main story. The main story, as Abhik so vividly demonstrated, was we'll never have to be threatened by the machines because AI is never going to stand for artificial imagination. It's artificial intelligence. And imagination will always be a human domain. And that's why the potential and the promises will always outweigh what we can do. I'm not going to reference any compassionate leaders over here, but sometimes you look at how far we've come and you wonder and you hope that we never lose the ability to laugh at ourselves. Right? Because that, again, is something that I don't think machines will ever learn to do. To feel, to laugh, to cry, to emote, to connect with each other in the way that only humans can do is, again, a domain that machines will never take over. Which brings us, therefore, to the art of the possible and why this continues to be such an exciting time and such an exciting domain. And I use these illustrations in multiple ways, and I want to talk about them again today as well. Again, we have people in the next 3 panels, especially in the second and the third panel, coming to us and talking about the power of data being multiplied exponentially in its utility and value. We've always had this kind of information at our disposal, and as I think Google likes to tell us, in the last 10 years, we've probably collated the same or generated the same amount of information as in the last 5,000 years. So information is not a problem, or the quantity of information is not a problem. And the machines are also helping us translate the information into intelligence. So we're finding patterns faster, we're connecting the dots faster, but in very linear ways. But the exciting possibility that we can leverage AI for is the one other phrase that Abhik didn't use. He spoke about augmented humanity, but the other AI that we can do is to look at augmented imagination. Because what you have is the opportunity to take those same dots and connect them in magical ways, because now those combinations are even more visible for us to take forward. I'll do a little bit of a trick over here. Now that I've shown you that a cat is possible, even though the dots don't connect, you'll still be able to see the cat. And so when you unleash the power of imagination with the power of intelligence, then you're able to create all kinds of magical things as we go forward. Which brings us to kind of bring all of those dots back together. Right? I'll go back to something that Harsh spoke about, which is the intersection of technology, sustainability, creativity, and innovation. And I speak about sustainability again in ways that create equal lives, equal societies, and of course, a more sustainable planet. If we can bring all of these together, then the possibility is not just of expanding the realm of marketing, but using marketing to expand the realm of possibilities to create a much, much better world, as this will demonstrate to you. Sound.
Tuna. Tuna, one of the most precious marine resources. As the population continues to age in Tokyo, the number of artisans that examine tuna quality has dwindled to half from its prime. This valuable skill might disappear in the near future. We challenged ourselves to create something that would ensure the sustainable supply of high-quality tuna. Introducing TunaScope, an AI successor to Japan's long legacy of tuna inspection. The key was in the fish's tail. In markets in Japan, only a handful of artisans had been responsible for the inspection of tuna quality. Everything you need to know about the fish is said to be contained in this vital part. but this skill takes artisans at least 10 years to attain. We have taken a vast number of photos of crosscuts of tuna tails. Intuitive knowledge, once only attained through years of experience, was recreated through deep learning. TunaScope, an AI with an accuracy rate of over 90% compared to a veteran artisan, was created. We have expanded the use of this AI from Japan to the world. Japan's skillful inspection has become available everywhere. Furthermore, the project has been adopted as a promotion program supported by the government of Japan. Our goal is to collect data from tuna markets across the world using TunaScope and create a fair global standard of tuna quality. Our AI technology developed for TunaScope can be applied to various fields in the future. TunaScope, an expert eye for AI.
I guess in conclusion, in short, what I started by saying the future ain't what it used to be. The possibilities that now are open to us are to say that the future can be whatever we want it to be. And it's our responsibility as much as the opportunity to shape it however we can. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you so much, Narayan. May we please request you to be on the stage, as I'd now like to take the opportunity of calling upon the Global Commercial Board Member and Managing Director, MIQ, Mr. Siddharth Dabari, to please help us with the felicitation. Hello, Siddharth, and thank you so much. So, well, the future ain't what it used to be, and the art of the possible. I think what an excellent conversation and presentation it's been. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause once again for Narayan. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Narayan. Well, before we go ahead to our next conversation, which is going to be a panel discussion, I'd like to humbly thank our partners, JioCinema official streaming partner for Tata IPL, Dangle Ads, global leader in driving 360-degree digital excellence, Gold Partners, LinkedIn, Teats, the platform that means business, and growth partner being Mob Avenue, your growth partner. Can we have the partner presentations?
CRM cereal is the solution your business needs to win like a champion. It's toasty and crunchy.
Hang on. What about user adoption?
It's crunchy.
What about compatibility?
Well, it's toasty.
But can it port my existing database?
Let's ask CRM Panda.
CRM Panda. This commercial's not telling me anything.
Dancing pandas don't sell CRM. Ads on LinkedIn do. With 70 million decision makers, LinkedIn is the place to be to be.
So well, with that, a big thank you to all our partners. May we request everyone to kindly step back as it's time for us to resume on yet another great topic. So I'll just give you a couple of seconds, the ones in the pre-function area, to please step back as it's not the break which was announced. Of course, we're going to be continuing with the conversations. With that, it is now time for us to go ahead to our next topic, ladies and gentlemen. Well, generative AI is the type of artificial intelligence technology that can produce various types of content, including text, imagery, audio, and synthetic data. All of us know about the very popular generative AI interface, of course, ChatGPT and many others, but how do we blend in creativity into this? And I'm sure that our upcoming speakers and our panelists would be the right ones to tap on this topic. Well, our discussion next coming up is going to be creativity in the age of Gen AI. We're talking about, finally, the intelligence that enables imagination. Now, there's, of course, a lot of talk about what is the future of Gen AI, how would Gen AI contribute to providing efficient solutions to our normal working, and of course, a lot more. So with that, as we have a lot more of you to join us, may we close the doors and get all of you settled in, and just give us 10 more seconds before we call our speakers. Meanwhile, do remember, the hashtag is dentsu-e4m report as one word. If you still haven't got a chance to download the report, there's a scan QR code. The first side has the agenda. If you flip it up, it will have scan the QR code for the report. So all you can do is simply scan the QR code, download the report right away, and utilize the time to knowing what is in store for you in future. Well, with that, as our speakers are going to be joining us, may we finally request each and every one of you to please join us back. Remember, the topic is creativity in the age of Gen AI, finally intelligence that enables imagination. Well, with that, it is now time for me to invite on stage our eminent panelists. Chief Digital Marketing Officer, Pernod Ricard, Pierre Desgriffes. Pierre, thank you so much. Along with Director, Agency Development and Marketeer, Education APAC LinkedIn, Catherine Flynn. Thank you, Catherine. Head of Marketing, Bestseller, Apurva Maheshwari. Thank you, Apurva. Executive Director, Marketing, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Ram Suresh Akela. Ram, thank you so much. Well, Rahul Datta, who's the Director, Marketing, Microsoft India, is going to be joining us shortly, so we're going to be awaiting his arrival, but we're going to be starting off the panel discussion nevertheless. And the session is going to be chaired, ladies and gentlemen, by the CEO, dentsu-e4m India, Amit Wadhwa. Well, all our panelists, thank you so much for being so gracious with your time, and we look forward to your expertise. With that, Amit, over to you. Can we get the mic settled? Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes? Yes?
Works fine.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for the introductions. The news is that Rahul found my questions too controversial, so possibly that's the reason why he's not here. No, he's joining us. His flight got delayed slightly, so he will be here, and that's why I've left the chair. Nothing to do with that I'm, allergic to Suresh or anything like that. But I think the topic is fairly clear. First of all, welcome to the first panel discussion of the day. It is about Gen AI impact on creativity. A fantastic discussion to start the day with, almost. A small caveat, there is no use of Gen AI that we have done in our conversations. We will keep it very real, very honest, and that's the promise I've got from all of them. When we were discussing this, when I was thinking about it, I said, if we were having this discussion 2 years back, I would have said, what AI? Nothing's going to impact creativity. It will remain the same. But 2 years down the line, I think AI or Gen AI is reality. It is impacting creativity in many ways. Good or bad, we'll figure out in the next 45 minutes. But let me begin the discussion, possibly with you, Suresh. So I'll start with you. AI is all about disrupting status quo. When you disrupt something, not all would be good and not all would be bad. Your point of view on what you feel is the good and the bad of generative AI, and like I said, Suresh, honest.
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Amit. I think, first of all, I'll start with the disclaimer that I'm not really a big expert in terms of AI and probably cannot, I wouldn't say that I can make a comprehensive view that I can share on this. In fact, what consoles me is that even the developers of these AI tools themselves often find themselves surprised with what comes out of their tools and what are the capabilities and this emerging qualities and capabilities of those creations themselves. So what is, I think, at this stage, people feel is about the unpredictability itself of the AI and the Gen AI that we talk about. And hence, I think, as we go forward, there'll be definitely a lot more of developments and a lot more of applications across various areas of not just marketing and creativity, but across various operations. And we've been seeing, such developments. Good and bad, I think there are already we can see in terms of in marketing, we can see the use of AI in various tools, which is leading or which could lead even more towards building efficiencies, personalization at scale, or even the overall effectiveness of the communication and so on. And not just in marketing, but like I said, healthcare and other areas, we're seeing that there's tremendous amount of developments which are actually good and enabling. Bad, of course, we've also seen the bad in the last few weeks and months where, those deep fakes and those images I think we'll have to get over quite a bit of those bads as well, and how those are regulated, I think will be very critical as we move forward.
Yeah, I know, and I would tend to agree with you. It's super exciting to see where we are heading. It's also scary in some ways. Catherine, would you want to put your thoughts on it? When we were discussing just before this, you had an interesting view on the good and the bad. Is there anything that you would want to share?
Yeah, I think, thanks Amit, and thank you for having us, and LinkedIn thrilled to be sponsoring the digital report this year. Really happy to be here. I'm an optimist, so part of that optimism is driven by the data, which, everything points to AI being a massive boost for growth, for economies, for industries, all of that. So I'll start there, which is where much of my optimism comes from. For sure, it's disruption when it comes to creativity and content. Every aspect of the value chain is getting disrupted. But when I think about, the industry that I've always been a part of, marketing and advertising, we are the best in the world at taking disruption and technological disruption and turning it into creativity and innovation and making it good for the world. So most of what I'll say today starts from that optimism. On LinkedIn, what we see when it comes to what our members have been doing over the last year, conversations around AI, we all know this, they've exploded around our dinner tables and in our workplaces, but they've exploded on LinkedIn. So 70% increase year over year on conversations around AI on our platform, 80+% increase in learning courses. So I'm sure many of you in the room, I certainly have been, we're taking advantage of LinkedIn learning courses around AI and Gen AI. And that's just really, again, it makes me so optimistic to see that people are upskilling. They're not, letting fear kind of hold them back. The bad, there's always a bad side to disruption. I think much of my sort of concerns around AI are in the area of ethics. We'll get onto that, I think, a bit later. Something very close to my heart and that we see coming through in some research we recently did with the World Economic Forum is that AI, if we're not careful, has the potential to widen a gender gap that already exists. So we have to make sure, as we are on the cusp of this becoming really mainstream, that we make sure that the models and the algorithms don't widen that gap, and also that women and men have equal access and equal opportunity to the careers that will open up in AI. So the bad for me, if we assume everybody will do what they're supposed to do, lies more in that space, but I think we're going to chat a bit more later.
It's fantastically put, Catherine. It's a balanced view, and yes, we should be. I know there are reasons to be scared of, but there are more reasons to be excited about. Clearly, there. So yeah, I think that's a good view, and thank you for this. Okay, now let's get a little more specifics, since we're talking about marketing and digital, and we have some of the best minds in marketing and digital in this country, and even from Singapore here. So of course I'll have to ask. AI is making its presence felt on the creative side of things. It is impacting the world, and especially from where I see, it is a huge impact. So would love to hear, say, Pierre, from your point of view, how is it impacting creativity?
Good afternoon, everyone. Fully agree on you, especially because you control my profile on LinkedIn. It's a pretty big question, actually, that you raised. We can talk hours about that. I think the first thing we saw, and I don't talk only for India, I talk about all the initiatives we took in the 52 countries. So one, it's a learning process before anything else. Nothing is definitive. At that stage, we are at the beginning of the learning curve about what AI can bring on creativity. The first thing that is very obvious to us is the capability of personalization. We've been extremely impressed by that because we were doing pilots that became very strong campaign. So we were trying on small samples, and the small samples became a campaign it became viral. The first initiatives we took became viral by itself. So actually, we're trying to go under the radar, and it became very visible. The capability of personalization is amazing, because we just talk about that. We don't talk to a consumption pool anymore. We talk to individuals, literally to individuals. First of all, because we embark them in the experience itself. They are engaged in the experience of the brand. They participate to something. It's not passive, it's not just a push, it becomes a pull. So that's the beauty of it. It's extremely impressive. I would like to highlight very quickly, I don't want to talk too much, but 3 main things that impacted the creativity at that stage. One is the scalability. What we've been able to do for one brand has been applicable to all brands. We don't have to, but it's definitely possible. The scalability. So all of us, and all of you, by the way, we all manage a range of products. We manage different sectors on different industries. One technology is applicable to the entire portfolio, scalability. The second one is the doability. At the beginning, it's not easy to address AI because we don't know the tools. We need to learn them. We need to study them. We need to pay for them. Some are free, some are paid. But it has to stay doable. We don't have the luxury to build a nuclear plant to tick the box about my CMO, I did some AI initiative and I shine. No, it needs to stay doable. The doability is very important. And the last one is the return on investment. Does it bring really value to the company? Is the campaign really, and I'm looking to you straight in the eyes, Amit. Don't love your concern too. Does it really bring an impact on the consumer? And it's a yes at that stage. All the KPIs we all monitor in this room, the classical digital KPIs, very classical, the engagement rate, the views, the time spent, and all of this. What we saw, the trend is we double the numbers. We double the numbers on everything. On everything. So AI brings real value on the classical way to read. But that's not enough, because actually that's a very basic way to assess and evaluate the impact on creativity. The next one, that's the impact on the consumer. But we should also analyze the impacts on our industry here. The time we spend to build a campaign, the cost of the agency, the cost of the creativity, the time we save to get this personalization. The impact is massive as well. So it's not only an impact on the consumer, it's as well an impact in terms of creativity, I mean. The impact in the internal process to make it happen. So actually both of it are for the moment positive. I just don't want to talk right now about the bad side. So we are extremely excited about it, but we are very cautious about it as well. We have very strong guidelines at the group level about how can we use AI on creatives, because you don't know where it could bring your brands. It could create an impact on the brands, the brand itself, which is the core of what we sell. So we have a lot of caveats and a lot of precaution now in place.
Fantastic. I'll use that in my next talk: scalability, doability, return on investment. Not patented. It's not patented as yet.
Sent you an invoice.
So, Catherine, and then I can come to Apurva, to you on this. I would love to get your views on how AI is impacting creativity or would impact creativity. So love your views on that.
Apurva, would you like to kick us off?
All right. Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Apurva Maheshwari. I head marketing at Bestseller India. Hi, good evening. I'm Apurva Maheshwari. I head marketing at Bestseller India. Bestseller is a fashion retailer, and we retail some of the largest menswear as well as women's wear and kidswear fashion brands in the country, like Jack & Jones, Veromoda, Selected, and Only. So you may know us by these brand names and not so much by Bestseller. In terms of how how the marketing team at Bestseller as well as our agency partners have been adopting AI and Gen AI specifically over the last, and these terms started floating around in the marketing circles only in the last 12 to say 18 months, right? But they've scaled very quickly, and so has the adoption, as Catherine was saying. I think marketers are one of the most creative people in any boardroom, right? So the adoption of it has really been across the marketing delivery per se, right? Whether it's driving faster consumer insights or doing better insight mining, or whether, from a marketing point of view, sharpening of brief creation, from the agency point of view, generating more options or directions on campaigns, from a media planning point of view, driving advertising efficiencies, making sure that we are able to place these campaigns in front of audiences or in front of users or individuals, as Pierre was saying, because eventually everything is now boiling down to a segment of one. Placing these creatives or these ads in front of audiences that are the most likely to transact, as well as leveraging AI and Gen AI in experiential marketing. So we've seen adoption by Bestseller as well as our agency partners, as well as a lot of brands and companies across different sectors in the last 12 to 16, 18 months.
Fantastic. The bell outside is it's like a like button. They really liked your comment. That's why the bell outside. Okay. Catherine, your view on this?
See, an AI could not come up with that.
That's a nice way to make the bell enhancing of our.
Now wait for the bell now.
If the bell doesn't go off while I'm speaking now, I'll be very disappointed. I think there's naturally a lot of fear around. I would say in the marketing creative industry, is AI going to do copywriters or creative directors or even all of us as marketers out of a job? And I hope everybody in this room feels differently to that, because another reason for my optimism is that I think finally we have a situation where that New Year's resolution we've all had for the last 10, 20 years to be more creative or find more time in our day-to-day lives for creative pursuits or thinking creatively at work, we finally have the chance to do that. The excuse can be removed, where we can now delegate so many of our admin tasks or the things that can be automated or the things that can be done just good enough to AI, to Gen AI, whether you are a fan of Gen AI writing your emails or your LinkedIn posts. I'm not so much, but I think it's amazing for getting a thought on paper, getting you started, and then really speeding up the creative process. So I think about creativity in this new age as human-led and AI-powered. I think if you think that AI might take a copywriter's job, you've never tried to put a prompt that you've badly written into ChatGPT, because you'll see what you get out at the end. It is not fit for purpose. So there is still so much room for craft and creativity and human-led strategy, just hopefully a lot less time for us all to spend on the stuff we have been trying to get off our desks for many years.
I love that view. So what you're saying is actually it'll get us to spend more time on creativity.
I hope
the basics
so.
possibly out of the window, which is a fantastic
I hope so.
view, and yeah, it's music to my ears too. So fantastic, thanks, Catherine. Again, okay. Let's think about examples, right? Which possibly that you would have done, or you would have heard about, or read about somewhere, which would have excited you. Suresh, we'll start with you. Are there any examples that you think on AI, on the creativity side of it, that are exciting for you?
Yeah, so before we get there, basically AI, as I understand the tools, it's the ability to manipulate and generate language, whether it be in the form of words, images, or sound, right? At the moment, what we see is the AI is working or playing the role of a collaborator rather than a competitor. And hi. And of course, there are several use cases and examples that I can think of, especially what has been mentioned in the past about personalizing, reaching out to the last customer based on the preferences of that consumer. In terms of reading a lot of data and then making, based on the customer preferences, making some decisions, so making it more efficient and reaching out and so on. We have AI-powered chatbots, conversational bots, which are getting there in terms of replying or responding to consumers' queries and so on. In fact, we tried just a couple of months back, last couple of months back, in terms of looking at various messages in the same month, but based on the consumer response, which creative to serve to whom, based on the individual consumer's response.
Nice.
So I think there are examples of what we've been doing. But going forward, there is this whole discussion and this whole debate over creativity and whether the AI would be able to deliver on that and so on. But I think creativity is all about reading a pattern and then breaking it in to find new way of coming, putting it across. And I'm sure we'll get to a stage where even in terms of creative work, there will be definitely some progress and probably AI tools will only help us, like you were saying, spare more time and make it more effective. And also personalization at scale. For example, we've seen some examples of hyper-local. One creative reaching out to many different geographies, actually talking to those geographies with a message which was relevant to them, right?
Yeah.
So similar is the case with, that's about geography and hyperlocal, but there could be other examples of personalized, communication. And I'm sure that, there will be a lot more of effectiveness and efficiency and personalization which will come up going forward with.
Oh, it's fantastic. So what I hear you say is that there are some exciting things that are happening, which you are happy about, but there are lots on the horizon. And before I move to you, Purva, welcome, Rahul.
Thank you.
The news on the floor is that you got
Hello, Rahul.
The news on the floor is that you got worried with the questions being very controversial, so you decided to skip. But no, you're here. So no, but welcome. I know you've had a delayed flight.
Yes.
You want some water?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm good. Thank you.
So we'll carry on. Apurv, on your any examples
I do have actually one.
that we would love to hear from you.
The Coke Masterpiece campaign that was released at the end of last year was, to me, a really good example of human-powered creativity, which was supercharged by AI. It was essentially what a good creative is, right? Succinct, effective, and clutter-breaking. So, and there are a lot more such examples, but that's one that immediately comes at the top of my mind. I'm really hoping to see more and more creative work in India and from India that leverages Gen AI specifically, that is effective as a creative and a campaign.
Fantastic.
I think the Coke example, just love to add a few that have inspired me and us even at LinkedIn. The Coke example is I think it's a great example of something that is available now for us all as marketers and brands to do and to use, which is involve consumers. So consumers are out there creating using Gen AI faster than most brands can do it. So the opportunity to co-create with them, as Coke did, is a great one. I think also we've seen in LinkedIn campaigns, Salesforce and Adobe are examples of two brands who've sort of taken the first mover advantage to power their campaign, so their campaigns about AI that show best practice in using AI. So if you've seen Salesforce using Matthew McConaughey or an AI-generated version of Matthew McConaughey, just to really show they're all in on AI through their creatives as well as their product, I think that's an inspiring approach for many technology brands. Adobe have done something similar where their creatives are really, a bit like the Dentsu digital report, if I could say, really created using best-in-class visual AI tools to show that Adobe are at the forefront of this. There are also lots of brands having a bit of fun with the limitations of AI. So there was a great campaign by Mint Mobile, which is Ryan Reynolds' telecom brand, one of his many companies, where they used ChatGPT to create the script, and Ryan Reynolds is reading out this very clumsy script generated by ChatGPT. So I think there's still an advantage for brands and marketers to, I guess, play on the novelty of the technology as well. Those are some inspiring examples that I've seen in the last few months.
Fantastic. That's a lot of examples on, I think, would you, Rahul, have any example on any brand using AI that you've been fascinated with, or possibly your brand, whichever?
So, not a specific, I think most of the best examples have already been talked about, but I see today how media companies are leveraging it is because they know that optimization of a campaign, of a media campaign, can give you diminishing returns after a certain while. So how they are using generative AI to ensure that they have the right kind of content strategy, which is powered by a dynamic content optimization, backed up with the media to ensure that they get different versions of the creative for different people for different time, so that they can get the right optimization of the money that they're spending, the dollar that they're spending for each media campaign. So I think the utilization is happening both at the end of optimizing the media in terms of the dollars that you're spending, and also creating different kinds of creatives to ensure that it peaks up after just the media optimization kind of flattens out.
It's brilliant, right? We're talking about, we've spoken about different examples. We've spoken about examples which have been fascinating because it's heightened creativity. You give so many examples. We're also talking about examples where it is heightened effectiveness. So it's working on both the spectrums. It's fantastic. So I guess not so much to worry about AI, I guess. It's all good.
I mean, I think you point to something really important there, Amit, which is you can experiment and you can find out what works maybe quicker than you could before, and then you can turbocharge it. Most of the digital platforms now are offering AI-powered campaign planning tools. We have one at LinkedIn called Accelerate. You can discover what works, and then you can put a lot of power behind that and move on to your next brief, your next campaign, your next experiment, which is really exciting.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I completely agree. Okay, let's spice things up a little bit. Okay, we're talking about simple, straightforward stuff. Let's talk about ethics, the rights and the wrongs. So, okay, Rahul, since you've come in late, let me start with you. Your view on the ethics of AI, and you work in Microsoft, so I'm sure there is a deeper delve that you've had on this. So love to hear your view on it.
Yeah, I think ethics is a very fundamental part of the AI model that we work on right now in Microsoft. But eventually, I've seen all big tech companies have this model of responsible AI, where ethics is an important pillar. So transparency, fairness, trust are some of the others, but ethics is a very important part of the way that we kind of work on. Now, there are two parts to the ethics that we work on. One is that anything that you create using the AI, we don't hold any copyright content on that. It's something that you use the technology to create for, and something that you kind of work on. Also, we make sure that the sources from which we've kind of work on are all, the data that's been sourced, the data lakes that's been worked on, are all trusted sources, are being ethically aligned and worked on to a level where we've also said that, okay, if there is, while using Microsoft products in a way that we've kind of agreed on as per the agreement, if there is any incident that happened where there is a controversy or there is a debate on some things, we will be there with our customers to help them have that problem solved. So it's very, very important that when you talk about ethics, the ethics falls at three levels. The user, the service provider, and the end customer. And I think that's how the whole balance will come into the ecosystem.
Fantastic. I think what I hear you say is that there is so much of background and back-end work which has already gone into it to make sure that we are as right as possible.
We are continuously working on that, everyone, all big tech companies. And I see that right now, the effort, the consciousness, because that's the trust is a basic currency on which e-commerce work. And if that's broken, nothing will work on.
Fantastic. Catherine, your view on it, and then I would love Pierre also to give his 2 cents there. But yeah, Catherine, start with you.
Yeah, I think, you know, the optimism that I keep referring to, you know, is felt. We've seen it on with some research we've done at LinkedIn, where you have overwhelming majorities of CEOs and C-level executives feeling optimistic about the potential of AI for their organizations. So that's there. However, consumers, who are also professionals, we're all consumers and professionals, only 30-something% of us trust organizations to do the right thing with AI. So there's a gap there. And I think while we have to rely on the, you know, the Microsofts and the regulatory bodies of the world to do the right thing, I think there's a huge onus on us all as organizations, individuals, marketing teams, agencies, to put our own responsible practices in from the start. And you know, I really feel that in some ways we have an opportunity with AI to do that, where with social media as an example, we were all late to the game. You know, social media came, and then a number of years later, you know, there was a rush to regulate, there was a rush to put, you know, rules and best practices in place. And I really think we have that opportunity to build it into AI from the beginning. And then I think, you know, the other one that is, you know, really, really important to me is that progress in AI does not set the DEI progress back, because we can see that women are more likely to be in the jobs that might be displaced by AI, and men are more likely to be in the jobs that will be augmented and made more powerful by AI. So India is one of the largest AI talent pools in the world, so I hope that in this country, at least, that can be a balanced opportunity, and certainly that we all do everything we can to make sure that's the case.
Fantastic. Pierre, any view on this?
Yes. I think in terms of ethics, everything it's about using AI to convince versus using AI to manipulate. If I can summarize it in one sentence, it's exactly that. Do we intend to use AI to really increase consideration and convince our consumers, or manipulate the data we have from them to convince them? And I think that's the resource hedge we are currently working on. And I fully agree, regulation should come very soon. We should really all contribute to regulate this, because otherwise I think we could easily go to the dark side of it. You started to mention it, there is a dark side of it. So we started to have very clear guardrails in the company. Many companies have started to put really rules. And the common points in the conversation I can have with my counterparts, where is the data? Where is the data? Who is really using the data? And that's the risk we are facing now, is that when we subscribe to an AI tool, we give the data as a company, as a brand. We share the data from the consumer, but from the brand itself, from the company itself. When we share a TG, Sociolimo and passion points and very basic things, we are sourcing the data. We are sourcing the AI. So, and I will conclude on this. We have a very strict rule in the company. Do not put the name of the brand on ChatGPT. Do not put any data, market share, pricing, whatever. Because the moment you do that, you make your information public. You don't know where the information you give on ChatGPT to understand, I said, I am fighting with a market share of 35 and my competitor, no. You source the system and it becomes public. So for instance, don't put your first name, last name. You never know where your name will land. In Australia, in Groenland, you don't know. So that's the limit of the data.
Fantastic. Yeah, absolutely, Rahul.
So I'm saying, it's a great example of what you're saying, that how it's it's super crucial for organizations to not put internal data on ChatGPT, and how we're kind of working on it. And that's why we're working very closely with the enterprise to create something which is called the Bing Enterprise. You can give, guardrails to the model in terms of making sure that none of the internal data goes outside. And how it kind of becomes intelligent on your own data, and then that shouldn't go out in any way. So that's one part of it. The second thing, where I think we talked about how ethics have been not only put in by the governments, by the companies, but by the users as well. And I've came across this recent example of Taylor Swift, where all the Swifties came together and really defended her, and the way that they've kind of put up the right pictures down there and really kind of put awareness about it. I think that was just a great example of how the companies, the governments and regulators and users are right now being conscious about this and are working towards it.
That's fantastic. So basically what I'm hearing everyone say is, whether it's a platform, whether it's the marketers, everyone is conscious of it and working towards it. But at the same time, this is one to embrace wholeheartedly, which is fantastic, and it's a great news there. Quickly, we'll probably go with 30-second views on, and this is a selfish question, my point of view, which is, what do you expect from your agency when it comes to AI? And I'll put that to Apurva, Pierre, and Suresh, you there.
All right. So very quickly, to our agency partners and to agencies, it is very tempting to plug in AI solutions and Gen AI solutions in campaigns, in media planning, etc. Especially in creative campaigns. It's also very, so as I said, it's tempting, but it's also a lot of sameness in ideas that as a marketer you end up seeing, right? The moment a brief goes out from the company, the intent is for the agency partners to be able to come back with creative solutions. And every idea cannot be an AI-powered idea, because then it's not creative. It may be creative, but it's not clutter-breaking enough, right? So given to the temptation sometimes, but also sometimes resist on, charging a campaign with AI solutions. That's one. And to the marketing teams as well. And there it will be that it is not just the marketing department in an organization which is experimenting with AI. It is every single department, whether it's HR, whether it's IT, whether it is your sales teams, whether it is, in our case, we have a huge product development team, which is the brand team, right? They design clothes. So you're seeing AI being integrated across various business functions, right? So to be able to approach it not from a lens of fear or from being defensive about it, but to really embrace it and see how can it drive efficiencies and help you work better with other departments.
Fantastic. I'm taking a few cues. Pierre, you?
Very quickly, 30 seconds. It's ongoing, Arvinder. We are currently building a project of AI with you right now. I cannot disclose, but it's ongoing. Is to push the client to clarify the brief. Because AI, we think that everything is possible, that we can go everywhere in every direction and everything is doable. Is to push us more to go potentially in a brief way more precise than what we used to share with an agency. Because otherwise it can go in so many different directions that we can lose our time and our energy and our money to look after the right solution on AI.
Fantastic. Suresh, we'll love to get your view on it too.
Yeah, quickly, three things. Quite optimistic that there will be extensive usage of AI and AI tools across various functions. And eventually, like I said, building on efficiencies, personalization at scale, hyperlocal, and also overall effectiveness. Not just in marketing, but across various industries. I think there is a lot of potential, and I'm sure there will be a lot more rapidly, a lot of developments rapidly coming up. At the same time, I think there's been a discussion around the ethics. So it's any technology comes with its set of the goods and of course the issues. It all depends on who's using it, how and with what intent. And I'm sure we'll also see, I think, a very good example there about the social media and how the regulations got up. So I think we'll also, we also look forward and we'll probably see a lot more of these regulations and other such safeguards being built by both organizations and the governments and whatever going forward. I'm sure, quite optimistic that it'll definitely be quite effective.
That's fantastic. So last question, a quick one, quick point of view from everyone. We're sitting in 2025. Expectations from AI, and we can start from Catherine.
I'm always very wary of predictions, especially when an event is being re-recorded.
And you're recording this one.
It's being recorded, so I'll keep it relatively safe, and they're linked because this is such a fast-moving area. Firstly, we'll just in a year's time we'll be talking about it less and doing it a lot more, and I think it's okay if you're not there yet, if you're not individually or as a brand trying out AI or generative AI in your marketing yet, that's okay. And we all need to have the growth mindset. So my new one this week is Perplexity, which is an AI-powered search engine that I'm trying out. Maybe it'll be around in a year, maybe it won't. But I think just that experimentation is really important for all of us. And the second is something we see at LinkedIn, which is that the talent gap is just going to continue to widen between people who are gaining skills in Gen AI and AI and those who are not. So I think employers are going to increasingly look for these skills, and that gap will be more pronounced in a year than it is right now.
Fantastic. Apurva, your take on it?
I'm hoping by 2025 we are using AI more responsibly. We are making sure that we're weeding out the biases that we have as humans, and the output that goes through AI is sans those biases.
Sorry, come again?
Is sans those, is without those biases.
Fantastic, yeah. Pierre?
I still don't have the answer. No, more seriously. It's just to get a better world, that AI is here to help and not to play against us. That's it. Because it's a little bit scary, to be honest. Just wish that the AI will bring value instead of destroying value. From a consumer perspective, but as well from a career perspective, from an employment perspective. It's a wish.
Good wish, I guess. Suresh, anything to add on that from your side, since you touched on it?
I did touch on that, but yeah, just to add, like I said, we've probably done something around personalization and the hyperlocal stuff, but on the language processing that AI works on, whether it is words, images, or sounds, I think we still have to do a little more on the words, probably with somewhere there, but then the images and the sounds. 2025, look forward to getting somewhere.
It's there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Rahul, closing remarks from you since you came late.
I would love to see this community using AI as a co-pilot and solving real human problems with creative, with creativity going into it, with a lot of innovation going into it. So I think that's what I'm hoping for, and that's what the best combination is, when most creative brains in the country use AI as a co-pilot and solve some of the basic human problems that we are facing today.
Fantastic. Thank you. I think a huge round of applause for all five of them. I am far more positive, excited about AI and creativity now. I hope all of us are. Are there any questions that we want to put across to these fantastic panel members? Are there? I know time's over. It says 2 minutes over time. No? No? Going one, going two, going three. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much, everyone.
So well, sealed on the optimistic note, let's give them once again a warm round of applause. And maybe request our panelists to please stay back As I would now like to call upon the Senior VP Agency Relations, Viacom 18 Sports, Tarunam Alam, to kindly join us and help us to give away the token of appreciation to all our panelists. Can we have the token now being presented? Starting with Mr. Rahul Datta, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Ram Suresh. Thank you. Thank you, Apurva. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Pierre. And of course, we'd also like an opportunity to thank Amit. Amit, thank you so much. And may we request all of you to please come together as one group photograph. Well, a lot is in store for you. Remember, there's one key session right now coming up, and then post that key session, we're going to be breaking in for a short break. But for now, we have an incredible session right now. So with that, thank you so much, and it is now time for our next key conversation. Well, moving forward, we have our expert session. We have with us AVP Brand Solutions, Viacom 18 Sports, for an expert session on India's digital revolution with JioCinema. Now, we talk about India's digital revolution so many times. Let's get to know from the expert herself. We're talking about none other than Simran Chane. Let's give her a big, big round of applause.
Hello. Okay, I think I'm audible. Can I have my presentation on the screen? All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Simran Chane Kaglani, and first up, I just want to say how excited I am to be here today. Amazing conversation about AI, and AI is, one of these new topics that all of us are interested about. Unfortunately or fortunately, I'm going to be talking about a topic which is now 16 years old. I'm going to be talking about the IPL. But the new piece about the IPL that I would like to talk to you about today is IPL on JioCinema. So without further ado, I'm just going to get into it. At any point in time, if anyone has any questions, please, feel free to ask me. I think when it comes to the IPL, or rather, when you look at this statement, a lot of us will relate to this statement hard, right? Especially when it comes to the context of technology. I'm sure all of you remember, when BlackBerry was the thing that all of us used, and then the iPhone came in, and, BlackBerry sort of became like absolutely old news, right? Or, for example, when all of us were on Orkut, and then within, I think, about a year or two, Orkut was old news and all of us sort of shifted to Facebook, and then our social media journeys sort of, started developing from there. I think when it comes to technology, this statement holds very, very true. With technology, what is happening is that after a certain inflection point, the rate of change is very, very fast. And look at us, right? I mean, before FIFA 2022, JioCinema was not really known as a sports platform. And within the span of the last 18 months, JioCinema now has been the largest sports platform, right? So I think what happens is that a lot of times change takes some time to build up, and then it starts happening very, very rapidly. And while this is something that's happened in our lives, I think another thing that all of us in this room probably will relate very much is, how the emergence of digital India has happened in the country in such a strong way, right? And a few things have contributed to this. Of course, the first one being Jio Telecom really taking mobile connectivity to the last mile starting 2017. Today the mobile penetration in the country is very, very deep. My favorite sort of anecdote to talk about UPI is that every year I actually go for a trek in Maharashtra in the rains because it's just so beautiful in the rains, right? And I have this one vada pav guy that I like to have vada pav at every year after my trek. And this is super remote. You have to drive 3 hours outside of Bombay to do it. And for the last couple of years, I've been able to pay this guy 7 rupees for my vada pav on UPI, right? So that sort of tells you the story of how deeply penetrated UPI has become. And of course, all of us have gone through the process of registering ourselves and having our unique ID with Aadhaar. All of these pieces have actually contributed to the emergence of India as a digital first nation. And the JioCinema story is actually just another chapter in that story. Coming back to why we are all here today and not why we are all here today, but why I am here today and what I want to talk to you about. Just first up, I want to share what our ambition for the upcoming season of IPL is, because I know a lot of the conversation around IPL is about how big it is from a viewer lens as well. This year for IPL, JioCinema as a platform is confident of achieving a 650 million reach across devices. So this is across mobile and connected television devices, and a couple of other innovations that we have in store that I will touch upon. So this is the ambition for this year. And when you look at this number in context of, I don't know what's happening outside, but I'm just going to continue, okay? So when you look at this number in the context of what we did last year, this number actually does not seem that improbable. So last season, which was our first season of having IPL on the platform, we achieved a reach of about 449 million users across devices. And when you compare this to the previous seasons on IPL on the previous streaming platform, this is a huge jump. It's about almost like a 38% jump from the previous season. The reason why we were able to achieve this kind of a number, of course, I think one of the big things that was very, very talked about, I think all of you will have memories of this, is that, we decided to make IPL viewing free for all consumers in the country. No matter what device you are on, you could consume IPL for free, which is why we say that was a barrier-free experience. And that, of course, led to a large sort of population tuning into our platform to consume their favorite tournament. And not just from a pricing standpoint, there were a couple of other sort of, big innovations or rather large steps that we took to make IPL more attractive to folks. One big one for us was, of course, introducing IPL in 12 languages to users. Some of you probably would have, experimented with the Bhojpuri feed, for example, which went very viral. A lot of people on Twitter were talking about just how fun the Bhojpuri feed was, or the Punjabi feed, right? So for the first time ever in the 15 years that IPL had been happening, a consumer from these markets, which are otherwise underserved, could actually consume IPL commentary in a language of their choice. And of course, all of this was across all 74 matches and all screens, right? So no sort of, I think, no kind of, preferential treatment for one screen versus the other. All content was available across all screens. And not just that, I think for the early adopters in all of us, right, what we tried to do last year was try and, sort of blur the lines between what you do while you're consuming IPL and what you do around IPL, right? So one big habit, I think, that all of us who are cricket fans, and I'm assuming most of us in this room are cricket fans, is that, while you're watching the game, you also want to, say, for example, go to another platform and check out stats, right? So we introduced live stats on the platform. Multi-cameras on our feed was the first time. So, if you are, say, for example, my favorite example for this is that if you are a Dhoni fan and you're watching a CSK match, especially if you put the stump mic, the stump cam on, there are chances that you may actually be able to hear Dhoni give instructions to the bowler at the other end, right? Which all of us, of course, as cricket lovers love. And a 360-degree VR experience was also introduced on our platform. And one would think, I think instinctively, that not a lot of people will use these features because they seem so high-tech, but pleasantly for us, what we realized was about 100 million users on the platform were actually engaging with these features on a daily basis. I mean, 100 million is a massive number, and that should tell you that the early adopter user base is not a niche user base anymore. I think usage of technology is becoming so much more native to the Indian audience that I don't think as advertisers and planners we are even being able to imagine how quickly people sort of adapt to the new features that you have to introduce. And while all of this is, the story on mobile, Another big story for us was the sort of engagement that we were able to drive, whether it was with our game, Jeeto Dhan Dhanadan, where, it was a play-along game, people could answer questions while watching the match. Every day, one person won a car, huge thing that we did from a consumer engagement standpoint. All of these things sort of led to people actually spending more time consuming IPL on our platform. I think in the past, what would happen is that, IPL on your phone would remain more of an on-the-go phenomenon. But an average watch time of 70 minutes, I don't think any of us are traveling 70 minutes to unless, of course, I live in Powai and I work in Lower Parel, so I do travel a long time. But other than that, on average, users are not really traveling for that long across the country, right? So 70 minutes is a very high sort of average time spent on a tournament for the platform to really just remain an on-the-go medium. And not just on the mobile, I think one big commitment that we made was how do we take IPL, to all of your screens in a very meaningful way. Our distribution team, did the hard work of working with a Google TV, working with with the Samsungs of the world to ensure that JioCinema was available, on all of these platforms. And one big innovation that we brought into the market on the connected TV devices was the Asli 4K stream. Right, and this was the first time ever anywhere in the world that a tournament was actually streamed in 4K. It actually meant having to do investments in getting those type of cameras into the field to have that kind of an output. And we were very, very pleasantly surprised with the results. And I'll touch upon the 4K results in a bit, but before that, I want to leave you with some highlight numbers on what we were able to achieve on connected television. We were able to achieve a device level reach of 29 million devices through the tournament and an individual level reach of about 126 million users on just connected TV. And of course, this in our minds is one big growth story and indicator of a complete consumer shift that is happening, in the country. This number was 126 million during IPL last year, and as we have gone on month, of course, we've got a lot of other tournaments happening on the platform. We are actually seeing this number change dramatically month on month. In fact, if you read, any of the data that's coming out of OEM manufacturers, you will get to know that about 98% of the devices that are sold in India today are actually connected TV devices. The old form of television is almost nearly obsolete. Whoever is looking in the market to buy a new TV is actually buying a connected TV. So obviously one big sort of consumer shift, the example that I gave of BlackBerry to iPhone, I think that's sort of a consumer shift that's happening in the television space as well. So what does this mean for IPL 2024, right? At least our, ambition and our objective for IPL 2024 is threefold. How do we make IPL 2024 on JioCinema the largest reach aggregator? How do we essentially make the viewing experience better for consumers? And while all of us are planners, managers, agencies, we are also, at the end of the day, also consumers of the tournament, right? So how do we make the consumption of the tournament better for all of our users? And finally, what does this mean for our advertisers, right? So when you speak about reach, the way we are looking at it is how do you make IPL every Indian's Premier League, right? So few things in this objective for us. Of course, mobile internet penetration is growing rapidly. One big story for us on this one is making IPL available on the 4G feature phones that we have called the Jio Bharat phones. This phone is actually a 999 rupee device. We currently have India-England live on the platform, and I'll touch upon a little bit more on it when I'm on the Jio Bharat piece of the deck. But one big piece is how do we increase reach for the mobile audience? On the app itself, we will be introducing a multilingual UI. So currently, if you log on to JioCinema, the UI is in English. And of course, just the way we've done commentary in multiple languages, we just want to take that sort of learning a little bit deeper and make our app also in different languages. And finally, how can we really sort of achieve the large sort of target that we have in our minds for CTV penetration? One big piece, for this is actually being done for us by one of our group companies, which is Jio Air Fiber, really taking last mile connectivity for, Wi-Fi connection absolutely deep in the country. And we have, reason to believe that we will reach about a 200 million user base for the upcoming season of IPL on connected TV devices. And like I was mentioning earlier, the big sort of, I think, story for us for connected TV during IPL was not just the emergence of connected TV, but was actually the user base that was watching on 4K, right? Now, one has to assume that people who are watching on 4K, A, have a high-end connected TV device, B, have a very, very stable broadband connection. And of course, a few other sort of, signals we took was that this audience is over-indexed on discretionary spending. And for the upcoming season of IPL, we will actually be opening up 4K targeting separately for our clients. So if you have a brand, for example, which is obviously looking for an elite audience, 4K is actually a great way for you to, partner with us. We're looking at about a unique reach of 40 million users on 4K alone. So in terms of driving very, very meaningful reach in this elite bracket, I don't think anything can get bigger in that very, very short period of time. If you want to scale your reach within a few weeks, this is the right product for you. And coming to Jio Bharat, so in fact, India-England, which is the tournament which is ongoing right now, is available for streaming live. Those of you, if you can get access, and my team and I will be happy to actually show you what the live streaming experience on a Jio Bharat phone is like. It's actually pretty decent, and the idea really is to be able to take cricket to as many users as possible. And especially more importantly, as planners, we have always all spoken about media dark markets. We think the Jio Bharat story could actually help us resolve some of the whole media dark market reach piece. And here what we are enabling is, of course, advertising on Jio Bharat phones. So the beauty of cricket is between every over, there is a 45-second break, which will happen on the Jio Bharat feed as well. So advertisers can actually choose to advertise certain products on this feed separately. The reach that we are estimating on these devices for IPL is about 35 million devices. So this has been, in terms of what are we doing in terms of reach. How do we make, all of this more meaningful for you? So there are a few ideas, very high level again, I don't want to take more time. The one big piece that, we're looking to launch this year is called JioCinema Brand Spotlight. I don't know how many of you actually saw the Jennifer Aniston, David Schwimmer teaser for Uber Eats, which came out yesterday. So Uber Eats, of course, has already started their Super Bowl campaign. And all of us, I think, in this room at least are aware of, how Super Bowl sort of has become this opportunity for brands to launch new creatives, and by virtue of that, really drive a lot of buzz and conversation about your new creative. We kind of want to replicate that same experience, because really no other platform can be bigger than IPL to do that. So JioCinema Brand Spotlight essentially is that opportunity. What we are going to do is, in the first 5 overs of the opening game, we will be opening up the breaks to 5 select brands who have a new creative preferably. And these ads will run as spots on the platform. So no matter which screen you are on, at the same time you will see that one ad, leading to a lot of buzz for your brand. And think of this opportunity as, the way we are thinking about this is, how can we really present a platform for you to have a massive start to your campaign? So the way we are imagining this 45-second opportunity is that, first there can be a 5-second bumper which will say that the JioCinema Spotlight is now on this brand, followed by maybe a 10-second, spokesperson speaks saying that, look, this is a new campaign that we are unveiling today. So really putting it up on a pedestal to get audiences also talking about it, followed with the brand ad. And not just, placing this on a live environment, we will also have a lot of nudges built into our live feed itself. So before the ad appears, we will have some nudges on the platform and also a pre-buzz campaign to support this. And not just on the day of the opening game, what we are enabling on the platform is, if you have some behind-the-scenes content, interviews, say for example with the talent which is featuring in your ad campaign, we can create shorter snippets of it for video-on-demand consumption, and that will have a separate real estate, dedicated to it on our platform throughout the season. So that's, one big piece that we are launching. The other one that we are launching, and the one that we are really, really excited about, is that really what if we told you that as a brand you could own an IPL stream of your own? I think in the old TV context, the only way you could do this is, it's like saying, can you start a separate channel for a certain brand, really not possible, right? But the beauty of technology is that it allows you to do a lot of this. So the way we are imagining this is with the clients or with the brands, probably some level of data that you share with us, we can create some lookalike audiences for you and then create a custom feed just for your brand. Obviously, the lookalike audience will take in care, your consumers, key decision makers, customers, etc. And obviously build like a lot of nudges on the platform for discoverability of this feed, right? So if you can see, I've actually shown an example of, for instance, if we were to do this for Royal Stag packaged water, it could look something like you are now watching, the Royal Stag Live It Large feed. There would be a lot of discoverability levers on the platform for consumers coming to our platform to discover this feed. Not just that, once a user has entered this feed, there is again a lot of customization possible in terms of pre-rolls which are customized to the brand. The pre-show, again, can be customized to what the brand communication is. I think in the past, a lot of times what happens is that you only have that 20-second window or that 15-second window to have your brand storytelling. What we heard from a lot of brands was that, look, I don't just want to talk about one feature. I want to talk about many other features. I want to talk about the emotional benefit of my brand. I want to sort of move some consideration metrics for this brand, right? And using our pre-show, which is customized to a brand, is a great opportunity to do that. And we sort of will enable that on this custom feed, and also an opportunity to run some contests specifically on this feed, so the users coming into that funnel are actually just coming in from this feed. And finally, a big opportunity to work with us to do a mass media campaign for you to popularize this feed, right? So we will be sharing rights with the advertisers to say that enjoy a new way, find a new way to watch this T20 season on this particular feed. So imagine, while I had visualized this for Royal Stag packaged water, it could be like a Coke happiness feed, a Royal Enfield adventure feed, and a lot of technical advancement in terms of creating a custom cohort for this feed is possible. And not just this, I think even from just regular ad asset point of view, one big thing that we are unlocking this year is 100+ cohorts. For targeting. I think a lot of our clients were talking to us about better cohorting possible, and we've heard you and we've enabled it on this season. So we have certain geo clusters available, obviously top 6 metros available, demo available, and also a few other interest buckets available. So say, for instance, an e-com audience is what you're going after, that can be a cohort that we can create for you. And of course, cross tabs. I'm getting into a little bit of a media jargon discussion, but cross tab targeting also on IPL is available. And not just this, a few upgrades to our ad assets. So if you're looking for impact, I think mastheads is a great one to go for. We are introducing carousels to our mid-rolls as well. So the same 15-seconder actually works harder for you because you're able to show multiple products within that same 15-seconder. And a host of display assets are also being unlocked. This season, I haven't actually added the whole ad suite here because we have over 24, 25 new ad assets that we are introducing this season, making it the largest ever ad suite on IPL. I've just basically put them in 3 large buckets, which is we have solutions for impact, we do have solutions for driving reach on video, and for maximizing reach on display. So that's how sort of you have to look at it. And not just that, of course, our pre-show is still up for grabs. I think a lot of core cricket audience logs into our platform to consume our pre and post show. Last year, I think Chris Gayle, AB de Villiers were some of the most talked about experts that we had on our feed. We did one big innovation for the Backstreet Boys tour, which also sort of went viral. I think what people also don't realize about our pre-show is that just the social chatter generated from the presence on this pre-show is actually worth, the partnership. A lot of branded content opportunities, again, are possible, and this is just a snapshot of brands who worked with us. And finally, I think with a roster of over 140 cricket legends who are working with us across all of our languages, whether it is Kannada, Telugu, Hindi, English, what we are unlocking this year for brands is an opportunity to work directly with us to do social media campaigns with these spaces, right? Otherwise, typically, you would have to, for instance, for an extension of a campaign, reach out to 4 different agencies to see how you can leverage cricket. And of course, in those 2 months, everything is about cricket, right? What we're unlocking for brands this season is how can you work with us, where we become sort of the inlet to, kind of give you access for all of these names during your campaign period as well. And I think I'm 5 minutes, beyond schedule. But yeah, so this is what I had to speak to you about today. My whole team is also here, so in case you have any more questions, please feel free and, bug us, and we'll be more than happy to take your questions. So thank you. And looking forward to seeing you guys.
Thank you so much, Simran. May we please request you to be in the center, as I now request Head Sales, Excellence and Agency Partnership, Hindustan Times, Mitesh Desai, to kindly join us and help us to give the token of appreciation to Simran. Thank you so much, Simran, for joining us on the same. Well, the time is right in India to create an alternative for TV through JioCinema. The CTV advertising has become highly effective for advertisers to reach engaged and affluent audience, and of course, with the kind of input Simran has provided, I'm sure there's a lot to take back from our session. Thank you once again, Simran, for joining us. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I announce a short tea and a coffee break. Why don't you just grab your coffee and join us back. On the other side, there's a panel on Attention Economy 2.0, Clearer Pathways. At 6:15, we have a keynote in industrialization of intelligence. Can true personalization at scale now become a reality? There's also the power of creatives in omni-channel and the panel on age of smart data. So a lot is in store for you. Please grab your coffee and join us back right now as we're about to begin in the next few minutes. Thank you, and please refer to the agenda. We've got some great sessions coming on the other side. Requesting you all to please join us max by 5:25 IST, Indian Standard Time. Thank you.
and see my dark side. Follow me and I'll show you a good time. I bet you wanna stay and see my dark side. Dark side.
Well, it's edging towards a wonderful and a beautiful evening right here in Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to re-invite you back inside To celebrate the further conversations, we had a great unveiling of the dentsu-e4m Digital Advertising Report 2024, and right now we're going to be on an excellent panel discussion. May we request you all to please get your cups, mugs inside with that hot tea and coffee, and let's enjoy the conversations forward. Thank you. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May we request you all to please step inside into the main hall from the pre-function area. Trust me, there are going to be many more opportunities to network with one another, but in interest of time, may we request you all to kindly step back inside. Thank you. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May we request you all to please step in from the pre-function area to the main hall. Thank you. One final call for all of you to step back inside. If your colleagues or your friends or peers are still outside, may we request you all to kindly bring them in. Thank you. Ladies and check. Check, check. Check, check. It's check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check one, check, 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 check one, check. Check. So, well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to see all the bright faces back in the room, and I hope the cup of coffee and tea regenerated your spirits, and we hope that the conversations are going to be on a much more optimistic but a more informative note. May we request you all to please step in, as now is the time for us to stop the conversations but to start the earnest hearing of all our panelists. May we request everyone to please now be seated, as it's time for us to re-begin. Thank you so much. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our very engaging panel discussion, where we're going to be talking about Attention Economy 2.0. Clearer pathways, or are we talking about more muddied waters? So let's delve into this conversation further with our eminent personalities, our speakers, our leaders who are going to be joining us today. First up, with a warm round of applause, let's welcome Sandeep Walunj, the Chief Marketing Officer, Nippon India Mutual Fund. Sandeep, thank you so much for joining us. Sumesh Surana, Head Digital Business Group and Marketing, HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited. Thank you, Sumesh, for joining us. Mangesh Someshwar, Creative Head, Tata Digital Brand Content Creative Studio. Thank you, Mangesh. If I could now have Ibrahim Alapet, President and Group Head Marketing, Service Quality, Value Added Service and Innovation, Thomas Cook, India. And if I could have Sunil Nath, the Head of E-Commerce and Digital Strategy at Galderma. Thank you, Sunil. And ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't have had anyone better than Anita Kotwani, CEO Media South Asia, dentsu-e4m India, who's going to be moderating and curating this session forward. A big, big round of applause. Anita, it almost seemed like a starlit walk for her, but that's the excellence Anita carries. Over to you.
So very good evening.
Mics, please, for the speaker.
A very good evening and a very warm welcome to all the fellow panelists. Thank you so much for taking time out to share your thoughts on a very interesting topic. And when I looked at it, I said attention economy, again, a new buzzword that we listen to these days, with following up with clearer pathways or more muddled waters. That means we only want to cause more confusion in our conversations, and we are taking this forward. So I want to simplify this for all of us. I want to start with, if consumers today are, there is an information overload that they go through, starting with, let's say, Sunil, you personally, what is the information overload that you yourself experience as an individual? And then come to us, and what do you think consumers experience in the overload that you see in terms of information?
So I guess it's not only me, but I think all of us is overloaded with a lot of information today, and in the world where what we call as a VUCA world, where information is bombarded from all the brands, even if you don't want to engage with them, right? So it's happening, and I think if we look at our consumers from last 24 years, if you look at 2020, the attention span 2009 was close to 18 seconds. Then in 2010 it was close to 12 seconds. Then come down to 3 seconds. I think it just 2 years before. And I was reading an article on last Sunday, on social media. The attention span is now 1.5 seconds. So why we losing attention? Because we are bombarded with a lot of communication these days, and this is where we need the change, that how people wants brands to, when they're communicating, how personalized the communication could be, right? And I believe there are a lot of examples available in the market, which I'm sure that fellow panelists will answer on that. But as a communication perspective, I think it's give a lot of responsibility to us as a marketer, that when we are reaching out our consumer, and thanks to all the tools and technology which are available today, that we can go more sharper. And I think that's where we all are learning, that how we can be more accurate in terms of information when reaching out to consumer. And I think within AI is one of the big thing which is happening today. I think this personalization is going to help us within AI. So I think we'll conclude this at the end, that how, whether it's a muddy water or we have a bright future with this AI. But yeah, there's a lot of it. But in a nutshell, if I say, there's a lot of content available, bombarded to us, and it's become responsibility for all of us as a marketer, that how we fine tune that and reaching out to the right audience with the right communication. That's the.
So you talked about unprecedented volume and variety of content available across, and primarily more obviously in the digital platform. Coming to you, Somesh, on this one.
Overload, the answer is absolutely yes. I was counting, and I had that time because I was stuck in traffic today, and I was counting last 1 week how many communication I have received as an individual. I've got close to 1,000 promotional messages or WhatsApp, which mostly are of brands which I'm not looking for, or services I'm not looking for. When I say messages, WhatsApp, any kind of communication, this includes any medium. I don't want to take any medium, but it would include an SMS, WhatsApp, or any kind of communication that I receive. I would have come across more than 200 to 250 posts or some kind of ads or banners. Again, most of it is something which none of these products or services I was looking for. So the point that I'm trying to make, and all of this when I am registered as a D&D customer, right? So definitely the information overload is there, and you might want to blame it to set of people, some of us sitting here and the others sitting on the other side as well. But the fact is that today we are getting calls from companies again and again where we are saying, you want to buy a house, and I am actually not looking for a house. I don't know why I get at least 5 calls in a day that I'm looking for a house. Probably I searched for it 2 years back and I'm still getting those calls. So somewhere there is a problem which exists, and all of us will have to own it up and will have to try to solve for it. How do we look at it? What do we look at it is something that depends on each product, service and brand. It cannot be one solution fits for all. For a service brand, we call ourselves a service brand. General insurance as a product is something where the only thing that we sell is claims, right? Rest of the things is not something that anybody is bothered about when they're buying a general insurance product. And for us, it becomes very important that we communicate at the right point in time. And that is the philosophy that we follow, and that is something that we kind of take care of. And while we try our best, we should not be able to kind of reach to a stage where we are bombarding consumers with not so important information. Especially we deal with customers mainly when they are in stress. Most of us contact us only when they're buying the product, and then they again contact us when they are in a problem or they have a claim with us, right? And hence it becomes even more important that we don't use that information to communicate or try and sell other products. Just one more thing that I want to talk about, Anita, here is and how you can try and do this as a brand, what we have done. There is one set of communication that we send from a promotional perspective, from a service perspective. But there are things that you as a brand can do which doesn't become an information overload, but you are somewhere engaging with the right set of consumers as well. There is an application that we launched which is called Here.app. It is nothing but an insurance-led ecosystem, first of its kind, which helps you engage with consumer in mobility, which helps you engage with consumers in wellness. Now, we are trying to engage with the customer. We are nowhere trying to sell any product. There are certain nuances that has been looked at. There might be notifications which go to the consumer, but these are very contextual. And hence, it becomes more natural way of communication, engaging with the consumer rather than bombarding them with more and more information. So I think that's my view in terms of how you balance out communication and information overload, and all the brands will have to kind of look at it.
Thanks so much for the context, and I genuinely pity you for the 1,000 messages that you've got over the week. I don't know how much you landed spending time looking at them or just ignored them simply, which again means advertising dollars wasted. Coming to what Sunil talked about, saying from 12 seconds to 8 seconds to 4 seconds to now 1.5 seconds. So this, how advertisers are now looking at this attention economy, I think it's becoming a critical factor to build their strategies. And if you look at the concept of attention is saying the fleeting, scarcity of attention that I'm able to get from a consumer. And specifically in digital, this attention is absolutely on high demand, because the sheer amount of digital channels itself that you have, where you're able to reach out to consumer itself is expanding. So in this space, there's a lot of research that's happened in and around, attention economy. Sandeep, I'd like to, have your thoughts on what are the research pieces of work that happens with attention economy, and if there are any findings that you could give us top lines on.
Yes, of course, when there is this deficit, am I audible? There's some problem there. Hi, yeah, perfect. So when you have, this double whammy, so most of my colleagues spoke about the information coming from outside to you, there is a lot of noise that is coming from within as well, right? With all of that polarization happening on social media, there is so much of competition, you have to be fit, you have to be seen with the cool things, you have to have something new on your Instagram and WhatsApp status every now and then. There's so much of internal noise as well that is happening, right? So it becomes very imperative that, as advertisers, as marketeers, we do 2 or 3 things very, very well, and that is the only kind of solution to get better. And, if you do those things, all of this clutter can actually work in your favor, right? The first one is how can you customize your message as much as possible. There is this concept called segment of one. So rather than devising one message and sending to 3 lakh people, at 9 a.m. in the morning, do you want a housing loan, do you want a car loan, all of us get that, can you actually take two steps of homework and figure out who are the people who are most likely to be in the need of a home loan. And these days with all of the data proliferation and a lot of models, etc. available, you can, kind of zero down on a target as well as the message. Right, so if somebody is a young first jobber, your message could be very different from someone to a mid-career professional, etc. So micro-segmenting and fine-tuning your message is really the first thing that we all need to do. The second is there are also, with the help of technology, quite a lot of research techniques available for you to fine-tune that. Like the simplest thing that we all do is before we show release an outdoor creative these days, we do a simple test which kind of figures out where is it that the consumer's eye is going to be there, right? So it's called hot spotting or something, 3M does that. You get to know precisely where you should be putting your brand logo, precisely where you should be putting in your messaging, etc. So that optimizes that, microsecond of the attention that you are going to eventually get, right? Similarly, there are quite a lot of brain mapping, based techniques, that are available. One of them is called fMRI, functional MRI, that actually checks which part of the brain is getting activated when the consumer sees your message. All of this is now commercially available. We use that. Mutual Fund Sahi has been using that very regularly. There are EEG techniques available. So, there are electrodes that are kept on your scalp while you're watching the commercial, and you get to see the alpha, beta, theta, gamma, whatever waves, and you're able to figure out what result you are going to be getting, out of that. There are, of course, eye tracking, software available. There are facial coding, techniques that are available. While you're watching a TVC, I watch your face and I'm able to. So I think plenty of techniques available today for us to further fine-tune that and do not depend on this creative brainwave that I've had and, hey, I've been doing this for 15 years and I know precisely how to communicate, and don't get me all of this newfangled technology. I think those are the mindsets that we need to kind of come out of the shackles with. And the third thing that we need to do is, rather than coming to media specifically, rather than looking at the old fuddy-duddy matrices like the TRPs and the viewership, etc., I think we need to be considering a lot about factors like affinity score, right? So, for example, we figured out that mutual fund communication, mutual fund investors have a much higher affinity scores of a sports tournament telecast. So therefore you will see most of the times IPL, on the IPL we will be putting our ads on. Right? So we very clearly understand that even though it is more expensive, that is where my consumer is immersed into the communication rather than trying to bombard them in the middle of a movie. Right? So those calls we need to take, we need to be very clear as to, in that limited microsecond of attention that you're going to be getting, where is it that the consumer is going to be more immersed into the medium or message, so that your communication has a chance to work out better, right? So, just to reiterate whatever has been said before, say relevant things, design them in such a fashion that I'm able to understand what you're saying in a fraction of a second. Okay, don't take too much of my time, and talk to me when I'm really interested in talking to you. Right? There's no point trying to interrupt people's YouTube watching and show some boring communication. So I think these are the 3 or 4 things which can help us benefit from this attention overload syndrome and get ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandeep. I think you spoke about various dimensions in terms of studies that one year has actually seen on consumer attention. There are consumer behavior studies, there's data analytics, machine learning that today is getting used to understand that a lot better. I'm coming to content optimization and personalization. And Mangesh, I'm bringing you in over here. In this space on content optimization and personalization, what is it that you're seeing? How is this driving the attention economy?
So attention has become the currency now, right? So it's sort of a currency, what we see in marketing and everywhere. And if you look at AI and the role of AI in this, I think we can layer everything with the AI. We are still scratching the surface. We are still scratching the surface of AI, and there's a long way to go. And there might be a lot of things about ethical, non-ethical, whatever. And I think most of the problems we spoke out here, AI might only solve a lot more with that. Now, coming to attention, AI will solve that in a big way, because now you're reading much more into the subject. And AI is learning, and we are learning from that. So again, it becomes our duty to analyze and send it back. So attention, still I feel storytelling is the king. So to get attention, it has to be about storytelling. So if your storytelling is different, you will get attention. We are trying to get attention everywhere. That's the mistake we're doing, maybe. It's about, are we consistent in our storytelling? Is the brand speaking in the right way, in the right tone, in the right language? Content, we divide content to different baskets, thinking they are different social media platforms. That's not it, because today a person is opening all the platforms together. A podcast today is also content for a brand. Right, so there are a lot of avenues that have opened up. So that makes, us to use tech and even to put content to get attention. That's very relevant to know where you're putting what, and is the brand speaking in the right tone of voice or no. That makes it more relevant.
Thanks, Mangesh. Coming to you, Abraham, on this one, your views on attention economy. Where are you seeing consumers in this space? What are the challenges that you face for a category like yours?
Thanks, Anita. Yeah, the older marketers in this room will remember that
on multiple forums like this, starting from any time after the single channel Doordarshan era, the conversation's been about clutter, right? You had, the whole cable television thing, and then we talked about clutter. Then DTH came, we had more channels, we talked about clutter again. Then the first wave of the internet, then OTT. We're still talking clutter. I think everything beyond one has been clutter, and we've just we also have to recognize the fact that this is a demand-supply thing, right? It's we as customers demand more content, we consume more content, we spend more time with our devices, and so more content's being created and thrown at you. So at one level, this is our own making. And I think the good part of it is that now there's so much data that you can pick up, and AI and algorithms will give you more content in the areas that you're interested in, leaving aside the calls for houses that you're not looking for. But there's a whole lot of content that can actually feed or help you grow or nurture a passion or an interest as well. So I think that's the upside of having so much content delivered to you in some form. To my category specifically, and again, maybe one of the reasons why a lot of unsolicited travel advertising, maybe from Thomas Cook as well, and I apologize in advance, is probably coming is because we are also seeing a rapid rise in this whole growth of impulse consumption, right? Especially for categories like ours. There are no planned holidays like 10 years ago even, right? This whole idea of a summer vacation that was summer holidays for kids and people planned this months in advance, it's completely changed. This generation, and in fact a large part of India today, plans a holiday based on the next long weekend, right? And they're planning 1 week ahead. So, and very often if I feed the inspiration to you for travel or tell you that, hey, it started snowing in Kashmir, you might start thinking about it right away. So, in a way, we as customers have changed. We are no longer as, what shall I say, regimented and pre-planned in some sense. So, we're very big on impulse purchasing, and which is why moment marketing is also the phenomenon it is. So, I think a lot of the content that's being thrown to us, maybe more than we sometimes are comfortable with, and sometimes the wrong time, is really coming from the fact that we seek and demand and get inspired by and consume also on a very, ad hoc basis. It's not bad, it's just the way we've evolved as customers. You can argue, is it a good thing or bad thing? So I think all marketers are going to ride that, right? I don't think anyone actively thinks about insurance. And I've been an insurance CMO as well, which has been one of the banes of the category, right? How do you create demand in a category that doesn't naturally inspire demand, right? You constantly have to remind them about it and hope at some point a set of circumstances then makes them think about it. So I think that's my perspective on it. So of course, the more relevant contextual content about travel using my category at a time which is going to be less inconvenient for you to consume and get inspired by would probably be the way I'd look at it, and possibly use AI and tools like that to look at, okay, when are you likely to be moving, for example? Then I recognize that you're in a car, probably stuck in traffic if you're in a city like Mumbai, probably a good time to, give you something on travel. But I wouldn't want to catch you at 10 o'clock on Monday morning.
Thanks for that. I was just wondering while you were talking about this, and I remember in my earlier days when I started in this industry, we used to have that Doordarshan set, right? And that TV would play and we would have to see all those ads before we went and saw the Bollywood movie back. To today when I sit in and I genuinely feel overload of information is too minor a word, if I may pull it that way, because you genuinely, to cope up itself, on the overload of information that we have, to get my attention itself, sometimes I genuinely wonder, I don't see the ads, I don't see TV, I just switch off my notifications. How the hell is somebody going to kind of reach out to me? So it is a currency which is absolutely important. I want to now come back to you with all these challenges. What are the channels you think, when you're looking at your marketing campaigns, are the ones that you use to drive attention? Sunil, if I could go back to you.
So I think I'll take a classic example. When I've joined, I have worked with an agency and we created an ad copy. And because I worked with the script writer, the first ad we produced was 54 second. And because I was so fascinated because I worked on this, I said, no, we'll run this 54 second for 3 months. And initial 1 month's doing fine, and then we started seeing the VTRs are dropping continuously across all the channels. So I said, okay, it'll bring down to 30 seconds. Still, we see the VTRs still dropping. And then ultimately, after 6 months, we come to the conclusion that we'll only run a 10-second TVC from 50-second, right? So that's my own learning that how we need to cut down onto the entire bombarding of communication and have a short and crisp communications across everywhere. And I think from that's the day, and today's the day that most of our communication, even on social media posts, are not more than 10 seconds, right? So this is the kind of adaptations we have taken throughout our journeys and learned over the years, and I think that's what we are implementing now to get the better ROIs from whatever we do today.
No, I like the fact that you've looked at the scarcity of the attention in terms of the second just going down, and then actually pulling up your messaging and your durations into things that will really work for you as an advertiser. So it's great to see the format change, the duration change, etc., and everything, right up from sometimes the 5-second skip ones that you create interesting campaigns out of. So Mish, coming to you on this one, any suggestions from your side?
So, Anita, what I think is two things which are happening, and most of us, I think, said in different ways. It's very important to be relevant. It's very important to be contextual, right? Till the time you're relevant to the audience, there is no one mantra in terms of use these 3 mediums and you'll be able to reach out to the right set of people, because the medium, the channel that you want to kind of interact with depends on what is the kind of communication you are doing and who's the target audience. Just to give you an example, there was a very, and one of the points I also completely agree with, which has been said by one of the panelists as well, storytelling is very important. I mean, media consumption habits, you need to understand based on your target audience, but storytelling is equally important. If you are not sure what do you want to communicate, how do you want to communicate, what your proposition is, then it's waste of the media money as well, marketing dollars as well. Just to give you 2 examples that I want to give, what we did and what are our learnings. We started a kind of a movement which we wanted to start as one of the leading private insurance brand in the country. We said there are segments who are not really insured, while the overall penetration of insurance itself is very low, but there are lower segments. There are people who work in our house, there are maids, there are drivers who don't understand what insurance is. And Raksha Bandhan was one time when we thought all of us have a maid who cooks at our place, especially in cities like Bombay and Delhi, and we don't really never go and talk to that Didi whether you really want to kind of buy a health insurance. And we never thought of giving a health insurance to that Didi when it comes to on a Raksha Bandhan or any of the festivals. We instead give 1,000 rupees or 1,500 rupees or probably 1 month's salary. And that's where the creative agency and we sat together, and that was the storytelling that we did, which was very strong storytelling, that rather than, giving you just 1 month's salary, I'm giving you a health insurance which will sustain for all your life, and this will actually help you when you really need it. And that was the story, very strong storytelling that we did. Without even doing a campaign, there were 2.7 million views in 5 to 7 days that we saw. Now that's the power of storytelling that I'm talking about. The second bit that I spoke about is around being contextual, being relevant. And that's where I'll bring the second example that I earlier as well spoke about. Our philosophy is very clear. You need to go and capture mind share and not the market share. Market share will follow. And if you really want to capture the mind share, there you need to be relevant. We went to the consumers. Today is the age where you don't only do data collection, you use data analytics. Today is the age where you don't really say, I think my consumer will do this. Instead, you go and say, I know my consumer is doing this. This is the behavior that my consumer has, and hence my strategy, my marketing strategy, my product strategy, everything needs to be based on the data analytics that you have. You can't just collect the data and not do anything about it. And that's where we went to the consumers. I said, we used to think that consumer will like this. We took 16 propositions to around 20,000 consumers. We tested them. Out of them, 6 propositions on mobility and health and wellness, something that we came out as winners in that research. And that is where we went ahead and launched in our application. Today I see all the big fours of the consultants come and say the engagement rates that we are seeing in our application is much better than what we used to see. And that's the true example of how you can use data analytics. That's the true example of how you can understand the consumer psyche and then go and launch a proposition. So I think again and again, either it is communication, either it is product, either it is servicing. You need to be relevant, you need to be contextual, and the storytelling needs to happen across, because these days people only understand stories, and that's why probably influencers are doing so good, because they're good in storytelling, right?
I think, thanks. I think good stuff in terms of trying to tell us if the story is great, obviously impact is coming. I take the other one very well, saying get the mind share, market share will follow. So again, a great one to saying if you've got mind share, which means you need to drive their attention again. Hopefully then obviously your sales are picking up. I'm coming to another touch point which today is very well talked about and is making waves in terms of how do you understand this piece, which is the connected TV audiences. With the linear TV and digital coming together, forming this connected TV world, Sandeep, to you, what is it that you're seeing the connected TV audiences gives you in terms of data, etc., and everything which you could then use for your campaigns?
So, do you want me to focus more on the defects, or do I talk about?
You can talk about connected TV from the point of view of, let's say, for example, a recommendation engine like Netflix, which really talks about how are they using data and analytics in the entire space. You can talk around there is data available today for you to get much more inciting work, things in and around that.
Sure. So I'll give you 2 examples, rather than describing too much about what we did, I'll just give you 2 examples. One of them is bang into this generative AI space, and how do you use that technology and all that it has to take your brand message forward, right? Last Women's Day, 15 days before Women's Day, a profile came up on all social media, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and LinkedIn and stuff. There was this lady called Aishwarya Desai, and she said, I do want to share with you the success that I've had by investing in mutual funds very, very religiously for last 15 years. And then she shared her entire life, how she decided to invest from her first salary, and the pictures of, her being in college, and then her first car, and the house and the family and foreign vacations and stuff. She would post 3 or 4 times in a day, and you could see her entire life story. And she also shared that I invested in this fund, that was my SIP, and because of which I was able to achieve all of that. And there was a lot of traction. There were about 18,000 odd people who started following her. There used to be about 50-60 conversations about you are our inspiration, here is my question, how you can guide me, and so on and so forth. On Women's Day, she declares that, I am an AI generated avatar, I'm not real. This is done to spread awareness about what can investing religiously over a long period of time can do to you, right? So what this tells you is, and of course all of this, where AI helped us, I mean, if I were to do this without AI, this was impossible, right? How do you find a model which looks like you 15 years ago and all of that? But AI could do that, so this was basically an example of you leverage technology to tell a story that you wish to tell, and that gets you the kind of, and see, hitherto, Abe will know, we used to give illustrations and, examples and stuff like that. Here was a real person sharing her life, and those images were, generated by AI. So this is one example that I would give you. The second one is how do you break through the clutter, and, without using any AI, you can still get the attention that you require, right? So this is now recent, about a year ago, we started a series called Straight from the Fund Manager. Now the problem with mutual funds industry is that fund management is kind of a black box, correct? So you believe a particular company and you believe a particular fund manager, but that man doesn't talk to you, that woman doesn't talk to you, you do not know what they do with your money. So we broke that, archetype, and we said that every quarter, every major fund manager of Nippon would go onto social media, would say that, hey, I manage this particular fund, and this is what I do, these are my strategies, this has worked in the last quarter, this has not worked in the last quarter, this is what I've learned, and this is what I'm going to be doing in the next few quarters. And it was almost like a sales pitch, saying that this is why. He didn't say this, but it meant that this is why you should trust me and put your money in my fund and continue putting in my money, whether it was a great performance, not good performance, because you would see a human behind, you could see the process behind, and you could see the genuineness of an effort behind, right? So there was no AI involved, but it broke through. We of course sent it to all the investors of that particular fund. We sent it to all the partners who sent it forward to distributors, etc. So the relevant content, right? So, so the title itself is very clear. This is a 7-minute video of XYZ fund manager of Nippon India Growth Fund, telling you what you did in last quarter and why you should be kind of staying invested in it. Amazing response, amazing view-through rates, and great traction. So 2 examples to illustrate how do you get attention leveraging AI and ML.
So I'll again come back, Mangesh, to you, because when I look at connected TV and the advantages, the fact is it's a small screen moving from a mobile screen to a tab to finally you watching TV, but via a smart TV, right? So you're actually consuming Netflix, Amazon, etc. and everything on that connected TV. It has options like targeted advertising, interactive content. How is it that you think advertisers could use the advantages of connected TV to drive attention?
I think connected TV or any other digital platform, it's still integrated and you use all mediums connected together. So I don't see only connected TV playing a big role. I feel all mediums, like I'll just take a simple example, like we do IPL, and IPL is one of the biggest things that we do, and we did a simple drone show last time. Okay, so whether we got a special time on connected TV to show it off, but that content was picked up on social media everywhere. So it's the content and then you're playing it. Now connected TV, yeah, what is happening with connected TV is I can connect the ads. But still, if you are doing something like a big show, like a drone show, it's for everyone. And you are saying connected TV because I can pick up audience. So that becomes a very good format for me when I'm advertising. But it also narrows down a lot. I feel a amalgamation of all media is still the game. It's not only about just being into connected TV or one source like that. Again, my personal view on that, and we've always used a mix of mediums to get better results. And I still believe that's still a way to go till some more time.
Thanks, Mangesh. Coming to you, Abraham, any thoughts on what you would like to talk about on this subject?
Yeah. I'm quite a big proponent for connected TV for a couple of reasons. One is that if you think about most urban affluent households today, almost anybody who's replaced their television in the last 5 years replaced it with a connected TV. So that's good news, because from a category like ours, which is high disposable income base, it's better to be targeting a more focused segment, which typically tends to be, not always, urban affluent, right? So the bigger screen formats and people who are using more advanced connected TVs are automatically a good way to filter out people who typically I would otherwise be spending a lot of money to reach. 2 is because of the nature of my category. The bigger the screen, the better the sound of experience, the more immersive it is, the better the inspiration, if you will, to travel. So it's also very category oriented. I would assume if it was not a category like ours, and it may not be that relevant to have big screen and show a beautiful waterfall or surf hitting your face kind of effect. A bigger screen obviously helps, and the more UHD kind of effects you can get, the better. So definitely connected TV helps from an added level of filter point of view, besides interest, cohorts, all that. So that's at the media level. This is a device level filter. It also helps deliver the message better, right? In a more immersive, memorable, dramatic way. And I think for sure, wherever we've used connected TV emphasis in our campaigns, we've seen definitely a more qualitative oriented conversion level metric. So yeah, I'm quite a big fan.
So that's great, because also from a number point of view, the actual pricing on that will be relatively lesser, and if you're getting your right audiences in, you're able to make that work harder for you. I'm coming to the next one, which is really around the regulatory landscape that we see in driving this AI piece that we are talking about, the ethical adoption of that. Any perspectives and point of views that you would like to pick up on the regulatory environment? You want to go, Abraham?
I think meaning I was listening to the earlier panel as well, and I think the one thing, obviously we're talking about a cookieless future and, whole lot of regulation in terms of protecting customer data. So I think the regulatory framework around that, there is obviously a draft out, and it's mirroring a lot of what we've seen happen in the EU and the US. So I think a lot of emphasis on the kind of data that have been given to us as marketers and how we'll have to protect it. I think that's going to be big, and I think a lot of responsibility and serious implications for marketers who treat it lightly. So that's something for all of us to watch out on. It's both an opportunity and a threat, because I think a lot of the 1,000-odd messages we spoke of hopefully may not happen. And a lot of frivolous data sharing, that's happening today, data selling, that's happening on the black market, I think will also disappear. The second piece is the regulatory framework around AI, which I think, again, the panel earlier spoke about. That's something that we need to see, because the game itself is evolving, so I think the regulatory framework will have to sort of grow with it. But I think that's something, again, that's important to see how that pans out, because it can have huge implications, which can either manage the positive impact of AI helping us all at large, or taking us down the dark side, as we call it.
So Neil, back to you. Because your category itself, I think, is a regulatory one from pharma. So I'm sure you have a strong perspective on it.
I'll just forget the AI for now. I think every piece of banner in the TVC we make, we have to go for MLR approval. So yes, you're assuming right that we have a tough time in getting our campaigns approved from our medical, legal, and regulatory. But I'll just give you an example. I think this is on February 6th in Hong Kong. There is a deep fake video used of a CFO, and the video call $25 million has been asked to transfer by the bank, and this money has been transferred. So when it comes to regulating AI, I think I believe 4 or 5 countries, which is your European Union, Brazil, Singapore, and US, and maybe one more, they have some laws on organizations who are working on AI. But if I take in India, Germany, any other countries, there are no laws practically on this scenario. And if we take our own country example, I think the data privacy law passed in Lok Sabha last year in August, and I think we are still waiting for the implementation, right? So the water is going to get muddy if there is no regulations on this. So I think if you want to really look at a clear path in future, I believe our authorities within the government and the bodies like an advertising associations should come up with a regulation which can regulate the AI. Otherwise, the water will definitely get muddier.
Thank you. Mangesh, coming to you, just one example of a case study which you feel has been inspiration to you for driving attention. Anything that comes to your mind?
Lot of case studies actually, and like I spoke about the drone show that we did, that was one. But a very simple case study that comes to my mind is for driving attention is Chroma did something last year on the whole of Howrah Bridge. They did that Bengali Rangoli, Alona. Very simple execution. Like I hold that great because it's a simple idea. But again, the attention that it got was huge. And actually, if you look at it, if someone would have told me this is the idea, I would have said, it's very simple. It's too simple to be done. But they did it on Howrah Bridge. The extent that it went on to, the social media that buzz that it got, everything. And I think the best thing that they did was they struck an emotional chord. And whenever advertising or marketing touches an emotional chord, there's nothing better than that. And that I would see as a case study. It was a very simple case study, but I thought it was the most beautiful case study I'd seen.
Sandeep, anyone from your side?
I don't know whether this is working. I have been observing Cadbury doing amazing work year after year after year. But this Valentine's Day, they are telling you to share, I think, some incident of your life in some caricatures of you and your partner, and they would do an AI video or something. I think while I'm not very sure what does that does to the brand, but I guess this is being done very, very consistently over the last 3 or 4 years. So I said I would look at them as kind of an inspiration in the Indian context. And if this, looking at there's only 1 minute left, I do want to also share my last, nugget of wisdom that I have kind of gathered over my 4 years of mostly failed attempts at working with generative AI. It's a humongous power, but you still have to exercise a lot of your own discretion, judgment, wisdom, and you need to figure out what and where you want to use it with, right? So there are issues, data issues, there are, patent issues, intellectual property rights issues and stuff like that. So it's almost like that little joke that keeps coming on WhatsApp that, there is this engine and that was not working, and, one engineer was called in, he took a hammer, he tapped somewhere, and, he sent a bill for $1,000. And people said, come on, for one little nudge, you can't charge me $1,000. So he said, please break this down. And, he said that $1 is for the hammer and $999 for knowing where to hit it. Right? So that is really very, very crucial if we were to win with AI and ML. Thank you.
Okay, my last one, and you can choose only one. Muddled waters or clearer paths? Abraham?
I think clearer path, because...
Mangesh?
Sorry.
I think it's clearer path, but still a little time to go. Like, it will float in between for some time, but clearer path for sure. I see it more positive than anything negative there.
Sandeep?
Positive or negative, I would say it is here. It's in this hall, it is staring at us in our face, and, we got to do the best that we can. It's a reality. So,
Somesh?
deal with it.
Absolutely clearer path.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Sunil?
Yeah, obviously clear path, but I think we need to be very careful what we're going to get into here.
Thank you. So I'm just going to wrap that up because I genuinely feel the clearer paths actually give you refined strategies. It gives you data-driven decision-making pieces. It gives you regulatory guidelines as well. So that's where the clearer paths come in. I still think there's complexity because there's an evolving consumer behavior. There's competition for attention, and there are ethical dilemmas that we all need to solve for. So to end it up, navigating this terrain between clearer paths and complexity will require a balance of innovation, ethical awareness, and adaptability to evolving attention patterns. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on the panel.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Mr.
Anita.
Bhani. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we have our panelists on stage, may I take the opportunity of inviting MD Teats India, Tarun Umat, to please join us and help us with a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Once again, a warm, warm round of applause, everyone. What a great conversation and truly garnered all our attention today. May we request Tarun to help us with the felicitation. Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you, Mangesh. Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Somesh. Thank you, Sunil. And thank you, Anita. Well, as we request them all to come together, hashtag dentsu-e4m report as one word. So remember to keep your tweets on with that hashtag, and if you've still not got an opportunity to download the report, remember there's a QR code right there. Feel free to scan it. Thank you once again to all our eminent leaders for joining us, all our panelists. Thank you. But on the other side, we have some great sessions. Right now, we're going to be having a session on industrialization of intelligence. We also have the expert session on power of creatives in omnichannel. And we have our great panel on age of smart data. So a lot is in store for you. We request you to stay seated as it's now time for us to go ahead with our next session. As per our schedule and agenda in place, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is going to be industrialization of intelligence. Can true personalization at scale now become a reality? A very interesting topic this is, and may I have the opportunity of inviting Roshni Das, GM and Regional CMO APJ Marketing and Partner Scale, Intel Corporation. Thank you so much for joining us.
Mic check. Yes, thank you. All right, thank you for having me here. I'm glad to see a really engaged audience. It's a full house all the way until late evening. The topic for me is AI personalization at scale. When we started today, Narayan came up on stage and said he was given a topic, but he wasn't going to follow the brief, right? But as a client, I am going to follow the brief, okay? So, AI personalization at scale, very interesting topic. You've heard so much around AI. It's getting sharply and rapidly defined today, and also defining the future at a very rapid pace. So what is AI personalization at scale? Think of a product defined and designed for you, every interaction being about you, and making it super personal. That is what AI personalization at scale means. But if I look at it, AI personalization at scale is not new. AI advancements have been in progress for the last few years, and if you look at the chart right behind me, we started with, you heard the audience say single messaging, for reach and broadcast. Then we went on to cohort advertising. We've gone into rule-based advertising or marketing. Closer now, we are looking at behavioral recommendations. But today, in the last 10, 12 months, what we've seen is predictive personalization. Many of you are very familiar with predictive personalization, yes? Day in and day out, somebody was talking about muddied waters in attention economy. Netflix, right? Personalized recommendation. But again, Netflix did that 15 years ago. They had something called Open Price, which got people to collaborate and bring in unfiltered algorithms to predict user ratings. That was 15 years ago. If you look at Sephora, they've done a great job of bringing programs like Color IQ, just designed for your skin tone. So predictive personalization has been happening, and at the center of it is compute. And as the digital economy grows, computing will make these experiences more personal and more large. I want to move to a few examples of early personalization which has been done right. The first one, a personal favorite of mine, this is way back a decade ago, called Intel Museum of Me. This one went on to win 6 Cannes Lions because if you notice the title, it's called Museum of Me, right? It's beautifully engineered with an algorithm with Facebook. Technologies at the core of it are Intel Core i5 processors, but what it does, it individualizes your social experiences, right? Every one of us scrolls, right? This time last year, and you've got this happy memory coming straight back at you. So this actually engineered for you to look at those happy moments in archive over many years, but it paid ode to you, and it was a body of human personal experiences. And coming to privacy, this beautiful ad could be served just for you, just like Spotify Wrapped, or you could make it available to the public at large. I'd love to play this video. Maybe I'll stop midway because all of these are long videos, but I would love to tease your imagination. So if you could play this video. That's the name of the individual.
Na
go back and scroll this on YouTube, you'll find many examples of it. It goes on to talk about the best memories, your friends, your photos. It was a bit anonymized, but it gives you a personal journey of wonderful memories, right? The second one that's really close to my heart is one that happened just 2 years ago, 2022. This one also went on to win at Cannes Lion. This was, again, rooted in technology, something we did with Dell, but also the Motor Neuron Disease Association. And this is a great example of using AI for good, but again, personalizing experience. The thing about the disease of this is as it progresses, the first thing you lose is your voice. And so over time, you cannot communicate, and the ability to talk to your near and loved ones goes away. Many people can bank their voices, but what happens is when you bank it, it doesn't sound like you. It sounds robotic. So this example is about an association we did with an author, Jill Twice, where she created a book. And if you read 30 minutes of that book, it had all the sounds and syllables, and it came very close to mimicking your voice, making it personal. So as the disease got worse, it could still give you the ability to communicate. It's a beautiful piece. Again, I'll pay just a little bit of it, and you can go off and look at this. I Will Always Be Me. So may I have you play the video, please?
They kept saying, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I think it's MND.
Almost everybody living with MND will lose their voice.
When I first had the diagnosis, everybody said, bank your voice, bank your voice.
Voice banking allows people with MND to create a digital copy of their own voice. So even after they lose the ability to speak, they can still sound like themselves. But only 12% have gone through with it.
You had to record 1,600 phrases. The average time it took was 3 months.
It was a lot of hard work, to the point that I actually gave up.
So we created the book, I Will Always Be Me, a new way to bank your voice. We worked with a New York Times best-selling author to create a story that gives people the words to express what they're going through.
People can tell their families that everything's changing, but I will always be me.
The way the book's been written means that all the different combinations of sounds are all in there. Everything we would need to synthesize a voice is contained within the text of the story.
Everything is changing.
My voice sounds a little different.
Sometimes I will even need help with the very same things that I used to help you with.
Everything is changing, but I'll always be me. And I will always love you.
So as you can see, it's such a beautiful ad, right? This campaign, this is what marketing can do. Great technology, great product. It went on to increase 50% more voices being banked, and it hit about 1.7 billion impressions on just this campaign. There are other examples. I love this. I think we're going to run out of time. We could do a ton of these examples, but I just want to tell you that personalization can be done. It can be done at scale. It can be done to personalize an experience, and it can also be done for tech for good. So if you have time, go click the World Cup delivery ad by Pedidiosa, or also everyone's very familiar with a lot of work that Cadbury does. So if personalization has already been happening, then why this buzz now, right? For me, the takeaway today is language no bar. This graph that you see behind, I think you could go and read up a little. It's written by Mike Rosser. The focus today is that there is a perfect storm. Great silicon processing, software algorithms, and talent learning. The ease of which you can train models today with the speed of processing, with the algorithms keeping pace, has what has defined this rapid pace. Today, text, image recognition have reached the same as human level, and therefore you can communicate in everyday language with a machine, and that's why you can see it. At the heart of it is silicon powering all this, and a good amount of the silicon is powered, 40% of that is through AI, exactly where Intel is. A lot of conversation around this is good, this is bad. Narayan talked about it, many of the panelists talked about it, and I do resonate with this whole concept of dual cities, right? You do see excitement, you do see uncertainty, and you see a lot of data saying exactly that. On one side, you can see a ton of data talking about how efficiency, productivity, creativity will get boosted. On the other side, you do see numbers from a Deloitte report, that's their headline, on how agility, keeping pace, bias, for instance, right? Fear of how the data will get used. So these are real issues. In a survey across 2,800 leaders across the globe that Deloitte did, there are leaders that are really excited about embracing AI, and those leaders believe that they have AI expertise. Leaders that are excited and want to embrace AI are going to make changes faster in their organization. There are a set of leaders that feel pressured, they feel threatened, right? And maybe because they don't feel equipped, maybe they want to take fewer steps, they will probably implement AI much slowly. Both good, both will learn at their own time, but what we need to keep in mind, as you heard from many folks, is that there is going to be a need for experimentation, for embracing it for productivity, but there's also going to be a need for keeping open AI, transparency, explainability, thinking about biases, and regulation needs to go at the same pace as a product innovation at this time. But because it's an emerging space, no one size fits all. And to me, that is good news, right? We're all going to learn together. And so when we think of it, or when I think of it of ABCs of personalization, right? A is the audience. A lot of us talked about the audience, right? Some of you may want to look at, hey, if I want to take baby steps, maybe my audience today is the tech press, right? How do I talk to the tech press? How can I understand insights about the tech press and personalize my messaging, my delivery for them? Some of it can be a cultural community, right? So keep that messaging and cultural community in mind. So what you need to keep in mind is eventually, yes, there's a lot of data hitting you. Who is the audience you want to talk to, and take baby steps to learn and to serve data, imagery, messaging, customer life stage, all of that gets so much easier with the amount of predictive analytics that we have today. Beginner mindset, the B of ABCs. I believe whatever position you are on AI, you have no option. You have to learn, right? So one point of this is go back, experiment, learn, do use cases, some of it small, some of it broad, but that's the only way you're going to know where the path is going to take you. So beginner mindset, very critical, whether it's for you, whether it's your employees, whether it's reskilling, whether it's talent. Equip your team, equip your employees, equip yourself to know what's out there. C, I talk about capabilities in every forum that I go to. More than ever today, we need well-orchestrated capabilities, and more than ever, we need to invest in those capabilities. You had our agency partners right here saying a lot of off-the-shelf capabilities today have AI plugins, which is good. Not only do you want to learn about the capabilities that exist, but you also want to sit with your agency partners and say, hey, you know what, how are we going to do this? Build a lot of transparency, build a lot of collaboration within teams for your capabilities to work for you. And lastly, security. We've talked about privacy, we've talked about data. Data is being used at a very accelerated pace. So please invest. For instance, a lot of our processes are built on security features that enable this. I'm going to rush through a few examples, just like I did in the beginning, for what now, right? From an Intel perspective, Intel AI Everywhere, I'm privileged to be able to talk about AI infusing every aspect of what we do. We just launched the AI PC. It's powered by the Core Ultra processor. We also have Xeon, which has AI built in. Now, what's special about this? The AI PC today can help you inference on the edge, text, image, recognition, abilities right in your hands. And we've got 100 ISVs enabled today on this. And for creators, for visualizers, great product to own. The second part, which we do beautifully, is working with our ecosystem, right? Working with our customer with products infused with AI for tech for good, and I'll talk about a couple of examples. And lastly, you heard a ton of examples of brand experiences. I'll show you a couple of examples of how we use media and creative in-house, working with our partners right here, Dentsu, to take those experiences out to our consumers. These are just a sample of some of the examples, and I've deliberately focused on bringing to you a combination of examples here, 2 which are tech for good and 2 which are relevant to our sphere. So on one side, if you can look at it, this is our association with Siemens. When you look at organ scans today, because of the high computing possible today, we are able to reduce the time taken of image scanning to less than 200 milliseconds, something that would have taken much more today. Imagine what this does for healthcare. You can make a lot of decisions quickly, life-saving decisions quickly. The one which is in the middle, Netra.ai, is an example right here in India. We have an association and partnership with Shankara Eye Foundation. Along with our Intel processors, this allows you to predict loss of vision through diabetic retinopathy, right? So you can prevent loss of vision through this. And at the right, because we've talked about recommendation engine, I thought that would be a great example to bring in. We have an association with Taboola. Again, allows us to crunch billions of recommendation, allowing us to serve fantastic patterns and choices that are real-time and customized just for you. Right in between, because somebody in the audience also talked about the future of AI, these are examples that talk about how it mind reads sentiment and is able to enhance your game and your entertainment, which is a partnership that we have with Numenta in a game called Proxy. So if you look at it, there are tons of examples where AI is driving large-scale impact, societal impact, but at the same time, changing and delivering experiences at large. I'm going to end with, I thought, given the conference, and we have a ton of folks that would want to look at examples that are being used daily. I want to talk about some of the media and creative work that we do with our partners and some in-house as well. These left to right are optimizing CX. We have a digital hub in India, in Singapore. Many of you, raise your hands, probably look at influencer marketing as a key part of your advertising strategy. Right here, think of it. If a reviewer did an unboxing video for you, it would take you 2 to 10 minutes. Multiply that into about 100 influencers. Multiply that into about 10 to 12 geographies that I handle. If I look at it, I have to crunch multiple influencer videos and try to understand what does that mean, right? So what we do in-house is that we look at a YouTube plugin with ChatGPT, looks at all these videos, including languages, and summarizes it in less than 10 minutes. So you're able to not only summarize it, and you get the key points via ChatGPT with the YouTube plugin. It helps me understand cultural nuances, something happening in Japan, sentiment, and all of this today, saving us time to implement work with our agency saying this is working, this is not working. The middle one, TalkWorker, popular listening tool, many of you already using it. This is a plugin, it's called Conversation Cluster. Again, this conversation cluster is an add-on to our listening tool, and it improves sentiment analysis. Earlier, when we used to use our tools, we would get about, say, 40% improvement. This has helped increase the improvements to 70%. So while AI is making inroads, know that you still need to have augmented human intelligence to look at some of those patterns, right? And we're still getting there. The right example, the last one, is creative rendition, something we did just a quarter before with Dentsu. We looked at launching our Intel Evo product. We put in a few keywords. It generated a design through generative AI. And then what we did is we overlaid it with our brand guidelines. We said, hey, we want to do this, but we want to do it illustration style. So I've just given you a preview of a before, after. And these are tons of things that we're already using. And that's why I enforced the need for adding capabilities to enhance your experience. as you work with your agencies, and a ton of other things. We do browse AI, etc., and maybe we can talk about it, in the coffee break or when we're networking. Yeah. So if you look at all the three, I gave you examples of where Intel infuses AI as the product, infuses AI working with our customers for tech for good, and lastly, enhancing the customer experience through media and creative renditions. My last slide. You saw a lot of focus around what technology is going to do. Is it pessimistic? Is it realistic? But at the end of it, technology, as my CEO says, is not good or bad. It's neutral, right? What we do with it matters. So while I would say we're embracing AI at a rapid pace, I would say experiment, learn, skill your folks. At the same time, keep in mind the fact that over time, technology can have great impact, keeping in mind that we want to have open AI, open ecosystems. You want to have explainable AI. You want to think about biases. You want to keep in mind regulations. But at the end of it, technology done right is magic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, what an enriching talk this is. Thank you, Roshni, for joining us. And if I could now have the opportunity of inviting our speaker, Pulkit. Pulkit, if you could honor us with your presence and help us with the token of appreciation to be presented to our speaker. Pulkit, please. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause. Pulkit Narayan, founder and CEO of Dangle Ads, along with Roshni Das. Once again, a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Pulkit, for joining us on the same. And with that, let me tell you that a lot is going to happen still. We have another great expert session coming up, and we also have another panel discussion. So stay tuned and remember to keep hashtagging #dentsu-e4m report as one word. So continue the conversations, and with that, it is now time for us to move ahead to inviting our next speaker. We have with us Tarun Umath, Managing Director, Teats India, for an expert session on the power of creatives in Omnichannel. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome Tarun on the stage.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me here. We've had some great discussions today, a very good session by Roshni just now, and also, throughout the day we've heard all these buzzwords around the attention economy, generative AI. Now let's talk creative. So as the digital ecosystem evolves, and we are right now in the world where there are new placements being added almost every few years, the latest being CTV, that also we touched upon in the attention session. We need to ensure that our creative strategy fits releasing so that our creatives work across these different channels. And they need to be tailor-made as per the device, because there is a lean-in method which is around releasing your ads on mobile and desktop, where you're also consuming content, maybe reading an article, and the attention span is really, really low. It's a sound-off environment. To the lean back, which is on CTV, which is sound on, full screen view, and very, very high attention. So creative remains a key differentiator, not just for Teats, but also in the minds of marketers, where creative remains one of the key pillars of success, along with measurement and, say, targeting. So simply put, just running the same ad across all platforms, all formats does not perform well, or does not perform as well as ads which are optimized to a particular platform. So using entirely separate campaigns across across different platforms, like say if you have a separate campaign for social, separate one for separate display and separate video. That that results in the least brand lift during the campaign. This is a study that we picked up from Kantar. However, if you use the same creative across channels, then you see a 32% lift. But when you tailor-made and customize your ads to fit different devices, that's when you see a further lift of 13%. So tailoring the ads gives us the maximum lift, and the more brand equity we get, it leads in a more longer-term brand ROI. So at Teads, we know the power of optimizing our own real estate, and all this data is from an unbranded study that's been done since 2020 to 2023, where we've seen that generally the formats which are optimized for attention, so we work very closely with Lumen to drive attention, and also formats which we use throughout the funnel, and our formats deliver much better results across all the brand metrics compared to standard formats. So optimizing for channel is important, and we do this in 3 different ways. The first one is the creative optimization, which is bespoke and is done 90% of the time, where we get raw assets from the client, and then our studio team, it works on them and creates engaging assets which can be distributed on the campaign. The second one is a customized workshop that we brought to market. It's a proprietary Teads product. It's called the Atelier, where we work very closely with the agency and with the media team on the client side to co-create optimized assets which can then be distributed. And then finally, you have the creative innovation, where we have the capability to create AR creatives, gamification, or conversational ads which are powered by AI. So when it comes to omni-channel, the task becomes to tailor-make the messages for specific channels and ensure the right ad is placed in the right platform. In doing so, we are able to provide increased brand visibility, a seamless brand experience, and also amplify the campaign impact through multiple channels that work in tandem to increase the brand recognition and the overall campaign effectiveness. So looking specifically at CTV, which is the newest one amongst the crowd, and what optimizations we are driving. So we have some data from our partners at LG Ad Solutions. So that data survey points to enhanced CTV creative driving positive associations and engagement, alongside some of the enhancements that we are able to deliver. So all of this is delivered via 2 methods. There is the standard skin that we use, or the overlays, and we've also seen that adding further layer of, say, a QR code gives us multiple options to deliver much better experience for the user. So there are 2 types in which ads can be displayed on CTV. One obviously is the home screen, which is native. It's 100% share of voice. It's the first point of contact when you switch on your TV. And then you have the CTV in-app, which is your pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll, which is 100% share of screen and sound on. So at Teads, we partnered with LG Ads in Q3 and Q4 for a pilot in multiple markets, wherein we saw some fantastic results across multiple campaigns. And now this partnership, we've taken it to the next level. Starting February, we are representing LG for their home screen inventory in India and in 30 other markets globally. So let's look at some of the work that we did, where we got in our studio team to recreate the assets that we got from the clients. So we did this for Audi, where we had a 15-second video from the client. What our team did is took a 5-second clip out of that, and with the high-res PSDs of the product that we had, we were able to create a 3D effect, which resulted in a very good experience for the user. And this campaign was backed by a brand lift study. We work with Lucid, which is a third-party brand study provider, and the results were fantastic. Another opportunity is leveraging the 3D out-of-home creatives. And this is, again, the new buzzword where companies are creating very eye-catching billboards, which we see all over social media. And they can very well be adapted in the CTV space to deliver a great experience for the user. So there are multiple touch points within the LG TV operating system that are there both for running video and display. And our teams are well equipped to create really unique experiences for the user. Now, let's look at the in-app inventory. So usually we would see brands mostly running just the CTV, just the 15-seconder or a 30-seconder ad within the app. So what we do is we use the same formats that we deliver on mobile and run that on CTV. So what you see here is a branded skin, wherein there is a skin alongside the video, which tells the user what is the product which is being advertised. And then obviously there are multiple ways in which we can distribute the skin. So it can be, so what you see here is a tile effect, something that was used by Adidas. And what you saw earlier was a plain vanilla skin. And in case the client is looking at 100% share of screen, then we can also do a simple overlay, which is a static overlay. It just comes in, it is not very intrusive. So we've done this for Windows for a campaign in the US. And again, it doesn't really, impact. There's no negative impact on the user experience on this one. It's only positivity and creates a much more branded recall. Then this overlay can also be dynamic, wherein in case there is an event or there is a show which is coming up, then we can change using the TV's date and time. We can change the text on the overlay. So the first one was for a match which is starting tomorrow for the hockey league. This is for tonight. And the one which you see now is for, say, later in the week on a Saturday. So that is possible and something which delivers very, very well. Now, what we have also seen is we can also leverage the QR code, which came back into our lives with a vengeance after COVID and with the advent of UPI. And thankfully, most people now know how to use a QR code. And I'm not talking, obviously, we in digital, we know about it, but the common man knows how to use a QR code. So, and there are multiple ways in which this can be leveraged. And here we are using the assumption that when a user is consuming content on TV, they also have their mobile with them. So when they do that, it creates a world of opportunities for us to leverage that placement. So this is a very, the slide looks very complicated, but simply put, what it says is that QR codes are an excellent way to drive attention and key brand metrics. So let's look at a few examples. This is the simplest one, which is the shoppable QR, wherein a user can just scan this QR code and then go ahead and check out the product on the website. It links directly to the product SKU. This was used very, very effectively by Flipkart during the World Cup. And they were almost there, every day. And most of their ads were around this. Then we ran this campaign for this company, which had a partnership with Amazon. So, so the messaging here was, you just have to say, hey, Alexa, open low, slow, and more. And if there was an Amazon-powered device which was there in your house or around you, it would open that URL onto your TV or onto your mobile. Luxury sampling is something which is getting a lot of traction globally, and that is something, and brands are leveraging it. It used to be done via magazines, offline method magazines or newspapers, and now it's slowly moving to digital. And using a QR code on CTV is a great way of utilizing that. Then there are some complex executions like AR. There are few vendors in the market who are able to offer that right now. And so this is something that we did for Cartier, where on scanning the QR, so there was a normal TV ad, a normal 15-seconder which would run on CTV. And when you scan the QR code, you could do two things. You could either view the product in 360 degree, or using AR, you could place the product in any place in the room, whether it's a sofa or a couch, and see what it looked like. So again, a very, very immersive experience for the user using 2 screens. And this one we executed for Nissan in Thailand and some other markets for the launch of X-Trail and Qashqai, where the video spoke about the partnership with Flash, the movie, and then once you scanned the QR code, you were taken to a website where there was a mixed reality experience where you could see the car in 3D, you could also check out the different features, you could picture yourself sitting inside the car as well, using the mobile screen. So again, very, very immersive experiences and great opportunities for us to tap into the possibilities with the QR code. Now, I spoke about 3D out of home earlier, and these billboards are very eye-catchy, and a lot of brands are jumping onto it because of the experience that it delivers in the outdoor space and the clutter that it breaks. So the best thing that you can do is take those experiences to other devices. So here is one that we've done for Moet & Chandon, the champagne brand in France. So we took the creative from their billboard, we got inspired by that, and we got the same experience to come to a mobile screen. So this came in the form of a 3D creative and resulted in a great experience to the user. And then we also took it to CTV, wherein again there was a 3D effect which was added to the video, and the results of the campaign were really, really good in terms of ad recall. So we are absolutely in a great position to deliver an omni-channel optimization. So which, building out optimal fit for the platform and using the creative across multiple touchpoints through engaging our studio team. So just to summarize, so combining mobile and CTV has significant effects, and we need to optimize for attention across channels, and that will deliver better results. And Teach Studio, which is our in-house studio team, can deliver all this to clients at no additional cost. All we charge for is media, and all these creative optimizations and research, they come to you as a value add. And so we are able to create seamless brand experiences across multiple touchpoints. So yeah, I would really encourage, all of you from Dentsu, our clients, to use our creative workshops so that we can present and present what we can do for you and incorporate data insights and AI to ensure the best campaign performance. Are there any questions? Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tarun. And if I may have the opportunity of requesting you, Tarun, to please step in the center, and if I could have the Global Commercial Board Member and Managing Director, MIQ, Siddharth Dabari, to please join us. Tarun, please, in the center. Well, Teach Studio optimized formats drive attention and impact, and today, definitely with their delivery, it's going great. Let's give them once again a big, big round of applause to Tarun Amath, Managing Director, Teach India. Thank you so much for joining both Siddharth and Tarun on the platform today, and we humbly thank each and every one of you. Well, on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation is continuing. We're talking about our final panel discussion. Now, this topic is something which I'm sure a lot of us are waiting to talk about. The age of smart data. Will we finally move from big data to smart data? Well, big data, of course, represents the huge data sets companies collect that are difficult to analyze using traditional processing techniques. However, companies can extract and remove the smart data from them using advanced AI as well as machine learning technologies. So I feel that this conversation with our eminent panelists joining us is going to help us to drive our conversations about the topic of age of smart data. So with that being said, as our teams are set on the stage with the tables, it's time for me, without any further ado, to call upon our eminent panelists. First up, Ashish Bajaj, Chief Marketing Officer, Narayana Health. Ashish, thank you so much. If I could now re-invite Siddharth Dabade, Global Commercial Board Member and Managing Director, MIQ. Utya Dey, Head of Digital and Liabilities Marketing, Yes Bank. Come on, Mumbai, you can be much more louder with your applause. Mihir Lakhani, Head Marketing NMIMS Global. And of course, our session chair, Santosh Ganavarapu, the Chief Growth Officer of Merkle India. So with that, gentlemen, you have the clips right at the back. Let me try and place you. Yes, right there. Siddharth, right there. Okay, I think you've gone a little bit off order. Siddharth, would you like to switch? Right there? I think so that we can get that perfect picture at the end. So I'm glad that worked out. All right. Thank you so much. Santosh, with that, over to you with your panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I unfortunately have begun to see glasses, so you'll see me like this many times. But
can we get more volume on his mic, please?
So, I hope I'm audible to all. With the mic, without the mic, with the mic. Got it.
We must be recording you, so with the mic.
Fair enough. So today we have an amazing panel here, and it's very serendipitous to have a big data discussion before dinner. So we'll try our best to hold the audience. We have an amazing panel at hand here with extensive background from banking to programmatic buying, with healthcare as well. I was just discussing with Ashish what they're trying to solve for at Narayana Health. So today we'll, before I kick off the session, I have a bowl. You can actually drop in your questions. I don't know if we'll have time to answer all questions, but if you could, the bowl is being passed around with a notepad and a pen in it. Prerna, could you raise your hand, please? So she's going to pass the bowl. If you have any questions regarding big data, smart data, please drop in a question there, and towards the end, we'll try to pick them up and answer them. And the way that we've structured this panel is we have a couple of questions, about 4 or 5 of them. The panel members are just going to express their expertise in that. Then we have a rapid round, a rapid fire questions, which hopefully is fun as well. And then we will cool off with a few questions which actually help businesses that are looking to get into the journey or have already started their journey in big data or smart data and put that through as well. I just want to put the note there that this is a very sensitive topic for many businesses because these projects are usually confidential. So we are not getting into the detail for any business, but taking the expertise view, how they may have seen other businesses or their expertise in projects that they have seen will be expressed today. Without further ado, my name is Santosh. I head the dentsu-e4m practice in India. With my I'm mostly a techie. I have worked through and through in technologies such as VMware and Amazon, and before founding, one of my companies is Socrates. We founded that business with the notion of big data when it was not even a moniker those days. And I've overseen projects across automotive, CPG segment as well. And I'll talk to, if time permits, talk to a few case in points that I have addressed. I'll pass on the baton to Mihir to introduce himself as well as talk about his tryst with big data and smart data.
Sure. Hi, I'm Mihir. I look at marketing for NMIMS universities online. Am I not? It is done.
Mine is working.
Santosh, till then, who gets the hamper for the rapid fire? Am I audible?
Sorry.
Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah? Okay, perfect.
Check.
Hi, I'm Mihir. I look at marketing for the online education unit of NMIMS University. I'm generally a passionate
I'm passionate towards technology and data as a marketer, which is slightly different than what probably I should have done. But my academics background was technology, and I think I wanted to become a like a software developer at some point of time in my life before I moved into marketing. So that still remains in there, and hence I touch on my tech team more often than I should.
Theo. Good evening, everyone. So I'm Uthio. I head digital marketing, MarTech, liabilities and propositions at Yes Bank. Been a career marketeer, been in BFSI for donkey's years now. So my passion is actually consumer behavior. And that's what drew me into marketing. So when I started off, obviously there was very little of digital marketing. But over a period of time, the topic that we are speaking about, data is behind a lot of the consumer insights that you draw and how we understand consumer behavior. And that's what's drawn me more towards the digital marketing side of things. So, looking forward to a fantastic conversation ahead. Thank you. Siddharth, over to you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Siddharth. I had a business called MIQ. So we are into programmatic and data. My journey has been with tech industry for a long time. I was earlier at IBM and Microsoft in the tech business. And in the Microsoft days, I saw all the data migrating into cloud, and that's where really the big data journey started. Then I worked at Google, and I was heading Critio's business in India as well. And I realized that I think there is a very important need for these platforms to have the data layer and convert that big data into smart data, so that that customization layer for brands comes into play. And that's where, at MIQ, we do a very exciting work in customization. We have a global data lake. We have 600 million consumers data lake in the India market. And we are able to have a lot of third-party data partnerships all put into a data lake through a data studio. And all this magic is, of course, done by our data science team. I look after the business part. But it's fascinating to see how we are able to enrich the first-party data with our data lake and then figure out what is the right consumer segment for a brand. How do we take the planning and targeting to the next level? How do we look at the data analytics from a marketing perspective also to the next level? What I also realize is that media is kind of becoming a bit of commodity, and the data layer and the analytics, when it is get attached with media, then a lot of value comes into it, and that's where we are able to customize it for a lot of our clients. And we work with our agency partners very, very closely on that. We'll talk about a few case studies also, but yeah, this has been my big data to smart data journey.
Thanks. I am Dr. Ashish, just an asterisk. Please don't call me in any emergencies. I'm just a PhD. Moving on, I'm working with Narayana Health, and we are trying to shift from just being known as a hospital brand to an integrated healthcare brand. I think we've spent enough. Let's move on.
Fair enough. So actually the first question goes to you, Ashish. So in the pharma space or healthcare, what do you feel is smart data, and how is it different from big data? Can you live without either of them, or basically just open-ended, what does it mean to healthcare essentially? What big data to smart data is?
So smart data as a definition, we are still trying to understand, and I think a lot of us. But from a big data point of view, I think it's one of the industry that actually works on personalization, because each and every individual data is different. And there are more than 6,000 data points for your healthcare that needs to be managed or mapped over the course until the time you are 40 years old. Okay, so if you're talking about that kind of data points for almost, let's start with 1.4 billion of us, that means it's huge volume that you're playing with. Now, from understanding or movement from big to smart, I think we were, while the big data came to the entire in the forefront, we were already applying a lot of academic filters by ourselves, right? We were saying, okay, fine, even if I'm seeing this, there can be certain other ways to look at it. And I think that is what transformed into looking the right cohorts. Not all 6,000 might be important for you given your age.
Right.
Not all 6,000 might be applicable to you given your geography, given your gender, given your DNA. So from that point of view, you have to be smart in terms of knowing which are the ones that move in the direction with your age. So that's how we plan to kind of utilize it for the betterment and not bringing you to hospitals.
Got it, got it. That's a pretty interesting case. We were just talking about how preventive is by itself a segment of its own, and using smart data there is something that can trigger. Utheo, so what is your trust with big data and smart data? How do you differentiate that in the FSI, BFSI space?
I'll take possibly one step back, and I will try and draw an analogy in terms of what big data and smart data means to me, at least. So every monsoon season, there is a fair amount of media coverage in terms of how much rain, what millimeters of rain this city has received, right? And then there is also coverage in terms of what is the percentage of the lake levels which supply water into Mumbai, right? So every day you have a news item saying Vaitarana is at 80% and Modak Sagar is at 60%, etc., etc. Now, obviously, what finally we are trying to achieve, or what finally we are interested in as consumers, is the water which comes into our homes, right? Now, for me, the data is the rainfall. The water which is getting accumulated in the lakes is big data. There is some amount of filtration of that data which is happening while that water is being transported to your house, right, which maybe the municipality is doing or the water supplier is doing. Then once it reaches your house, you do another level of filtration through your water purifiers before that water comes to your glass and it becomes consumable for you, right? That is smart data. Something which is consumable, which helps me quench my thirst, which helps me get to what I want out of this entire universe of from rainwater to lakes to water supply to coming into your glass, right? And that's, for me, how I look at big data and smart data. Now, I would say smart data is possibly something which has been jargonized a little bit. It is something which inherently we have always been doing, right? The vast amount of data that we accumulate, all of us study that data, we work with that data to drive the outcomes that we are trying to drive for our respective businesses. In various ways. Now, maybe a lot of it was a lot of manual intervention, manual analytics that we were doing, and we were doing all the analytical models. Now, you have a lot of algorithms which is helping you filter out the data and give you what is actually consumable to you. The reason this is absolutely required is also because the volume of data is so huge. There's 2.5, 3 quintillion bytes of data which is getting generated every single day in the world, right? Now, obviously, we cannot store so much of data, and storage costs are going up by the day. So how do we then define what are the data signals which we want to consume, which we want to retain, which we then want to filter and make it into actionable intelligence, which will help us drive the outcomes that we want. So that's what big data and smart data is for me.
Nice, that's a fantastic analogy, actually, to put this in perspective as well. How and said here, I would love to know how in the programmatic world and in media buying, like how is this, of course, we are crunching a lot of numbers. We are measuring our success with QPSs. How is it that the big data is more like consumed, and how does this make our smart data perspectives, or rather make our campaigns better or smarter? Can you just give your perspective on the same?
We were discussing this, right?
Yeah.
So, we have very interesting case study with luminous inverters. So it's a category where, you don't get up in the morning and say that today I aspire to buy an inverter, right? It's a utility. But what you want to do is you want to reach out to the consumer when they are really thinking about the category and thinking about your brand also probably. So for this category, what we did was we found out a government website where there is a lot of data on scheduled power cuts across India, right? And so our engineering team created a crawler and got that data and fed it into the DSP, right? So this is an example of converting big data into smart data. So, as an example, if in Jaipur 2 to 6 p.m. on Sunday, there is a power cut scheduled, so the campaign will go live at 2 p.m. You will see the ad on your mobile during that time. And it is also a dynamic creative in terms of the languages vernacular, so it will be in Hindi. And geocontextual intelligence is also there. So it will also tell you the nearest address of luminous inverter dealer where you can go and buy the luminous inverter. And for unscheduled power cuts, what happens is consumers will tweet, right? When I'm, in my locality, when power goes off, to express my frustration, probably I will tweet or, so we collected all that data as well. So even for unscheduled power cuts, we were able to, take the campaign in those areas in the right way. And so the campaign was a big success because consumers really got their information in the right context when they are really thinking about having a power inverter. 6x times benchmarks, huge amounts of footfalls, huge amounts of sales increase as well. And the agency with whom we did, they won MVs and a lot of other awards as well. So, that's the power of converting big data into the right data, as you rightly said.
Right.
And then I was able to really give the right information to the consumer at exactly the right time.
Fair enough. Actually, the part that I resonate the most is that before we try to solve, like getting into solving a big data or what AI or smart data essentially, I think the bigger ask is what is the core problem, and what can data at times need not even solve the problem, but is there enough? Again, see, anything with big data needs volumes of data to put this together. And then comes the ability to, if there is a volume of data, then taking that data, making smarter insights off of it. But the core thing is identifying what the core problem is and then tracing it back. And here, we'd love to understand how EdTech is kind of taking this shape up, and what's
Sure. You are taking me away from marketing a little bit, but then I think Siddharth will always do a better justice to marketing than me, right? Yeah. So I think the first premise that which all of us understand is like if we go back in time, there was data, but there was not so much, and then we got ability to store a lot more data, and we started storing a lot more data. So we became hungry for data, and in our hunger, we started collecting so much data that we weren't able to look at, right? When you collect so much of what you can't utilize is when you have a bit of a trouble, right? While that is true, there were still as mentioned by Mr. Day, right, that there were still folks who will look at the data, create filters and try to make meaning out of that and then utilize it. Now, eventually, we've come to a time when I think we've come to a time where all of us don't have patience, right? We don't want to watch a long form video. We want to see a short form video, and we don't want to spend hours running a report on SPSS and wait for something to come next morning. we want to look at some insight right away, right? So that's where I think all of us want to move toward. I don't think all of us have moved there yet. We have a lot of data, but moving towards making meaning out of that data and using probably AI to try and look at the data and answer some of our questions is what, in my mind, smart data, the term should try and look at, right? Now, the premise which you were talking about, right, is the most critical premise. Earlier, when you were trying to filter out, you had a question, you had a hypothesis, and you were looking at that hypothesis to find out an
And the
answer.
answers for it, right.
That premise doesn't change, right? So if you're gonna have AI on top of your big data, and it's not gonna do anything unless you ask AI the right question, what the right question or what right hypothesis is, right? And then you'll get a certain data as an output, which is input for your thought process, and then you'll have to still think through whether that makes sense to you or not, right? And I'll give you an example of marketing side first too. Like if you look at any media analysis tool and try to understand what your audience does, okay, and most often you say, hey, my audience is interested in entertainment, my audience is interested in music. But that's like given, that's like 95% of the internet population, right? That's just information for me, and it's not smart, right? Now I have to figure out what are the other things that the data is talking about and look at what's the right thing to do, right? For EdTech, it's slightly away from marketing for me, right? But I think there's a lot of room for education providers, right? I'm not saying EdTech only. I'm saying education providers to try and look at the data that they have to identify how they can solve for some real problem, right? The real problem could be, hey, my faculty has a very good rating, but though students are not sailing through the exam. Is there a drop rate in the lectures that they attend, and things like that, right? Or the other way around, right? My faculty has a very poor rating, but everybody is stuck around to the lecture. Did he like not give them a very good score, right? And this is where he'll probably make. I mean, this few examples, right? But this is where it'll probably make sense for somebody to look at the data and identify what the real problem is, right? Because would you look at, without putting intelligence will probably drive you towards things, which is absolutely bizarre.
Fair enough. But in this market, right, which is so in India specifically, again we are now the largest in population as well, and the country is mostly focused on branding and identifying. Mostly the problems are towards customer acquisition, right? What is, and here what should, why would businesses invest and in big data? Actually, what is it? How does that enhance the end consumer experience through big data? Should the focus be like, because if your core problem is customer acquisition and branding solves that to a large extent, but how has big data and AI helped in enhancing consumer experience, and as a result, improved customer acquisition or retention for that matter? So is that, what's your take on that?
Fantastic question. So, when we speak about, so let's start with data, then arrive at big data, and then try and answer the question. So, each of us, all our organizations, we have our internal source of data, right? So, say for example, in a bank, we know the transaction data of each of our customers. And there are millions of transactions which are happening every single day, right? How do I make sense of those millions of transactions? Can I afford to sit through each and every transaction and figure out what is happening? Now, that is data which I have with me. That data will give me some sort of a sense of how Santosh is as a person, for example, right? But then the way Santosh interacts with a bank or uses his credit card does not define who Santosh is, right? So how is he interacting, say, for example, on social media websites, right? Within social media websites, let's go, one level further. Am I the same person when I am on Instagram or Twitter versus the same person when I'm on LinkedIn, right? So there are a multitude of data sources which help me understand what Santosh is, what is he looking for, what are his, say, passions, interests, etc. And can I then utilize that data to figure out that Santosh is planning a vacation and therefore should I pitch and travel insurance to Santosh at this point in time? That's where, the journey from data to big data to assimilation to filtration and finally targeting the person at the right moment at the right time comes through. And that's where I think smart data comes in.
Fair enough. I'll just pitch in. So rather than pitching him the travel insurance, pitch him how to make money for that travel. I think you will win him for life.
So while you're on it, actually, so here is again in the space, right, of healthcare. So does it board upon to actually invest into big data and smart data to actually do customer acquisition or retention? How does that play in the perspective of?
See, as a brand, we don't want you to come again. Absolutely not. And that's our philosophy as well, and for past couple of decades. And I think we're gonna be on the same path. But coming back to the question, I would not see it as acquisition or retention. Let's look at it as your journey of healthcare. We are currently working towards solving the problem of what next and giving you well in advance the things that can allow you to negate what next.
What next?
Okay, just like how it works in e-com, what's the best next offer?
Right.
We change it to by saying that what is the next negative that can come, but these are the 4 solutions that can definitely, if you follow, can definitely make those negative go away.
And in essence, how does this improve customer experience, or in this, I mean, I don't want to say patient experience, but how does this improve the customer experience?
It's absolutely a consumer experience. See, just like how he said that tomorrow morning when I get up, I'm not going to talk about buying an inverter. And the whole experience of healthcare is under stress. You're not happy paying that money, right? Now, if you're taking out that stress out of that equation, and if as a brand you're about to do that, able to do that, that means, I think from our point of view, at least inside out, you have delivered the best consumer experience. And this will start getting understood by patients or consumers over the, say, couple of years or say a decade or so. But that's our intention. And it should definitely add to loyalty.
I was going to say advocacy of the brand and the campaign essentially.
I just want to quickly add here. So there's a different case study which we have, which is not consumer acquisition, but so there's a client of ours, cab player in US market, and so they were seeing this consumer behavior that some consumers would book a cab but they will not turn up. So what we did was we basically understood the profile when we did a breakage analysis, and we said that for marketing channels and even from an organic perspective also, let us not reach out to these consumers.
Right.
Right. So it's the opposite of consumer acquisition.
Essentially, as a use case from there.
Yeah.
True. And what I have also seen is, in many of these cases, if you're able to harness the power of this, you can create the ideal customer journey, and even devise those trigger points to actually make those who probably are in the same cohort but have not taken that journey. And as a result, one is suppression use case, the others are identifying what the next best offer or next best action could be and take that up from therein. But Mihir, tell me one thing, like if a business needs to discuss or kind of get into this journey of like should they explore a build it on their own? And of course, I'm going to get to you very soon, but because you've taken that journey through. But should they build versus buy? How should a business decide? When I say build versus buy, here is where, see, building the entire infrastructure of big data requires significant vision as opposed to, I mean, monies to do so. But here I'm asking, what would be the priority index to actually build versus buy for business to take up this humongous task of big data and AI? Yeah, Mike.
Sorry, I was in a hurry to try and tell you my thoughts. I forgot the mic. Yeah. So, see, it's actually not build versus buy, right? Few things you'll have to buy, few things you'll have to build, and eventually, like for example, if you want to, store your data, unless you are Amazon or Google or Facebook, you don't want to build, I mean, unless your data is so much, you don't want to build a solution to store your data, right? You lease it out from AWS, you lease it out from Azure, you lease it out from Google, and then or anybody else, right? And then start your journey of storing the data, right? But that's about storing the data, big data collection, right? You can probably buy some collection solutions, and that's fine, right? But when you want to get into the journey of collecting data to making meaning out of that, right, or to churn that, there will be few off-shelf solutions which you can purchase, but in a lot of cases you will not be able to get an off-shelf solution, right? Then you'll have to definitely go for a build now. Build doesn't necessarily mean that you build it yourself. You can hire a tech partner to build it for you, right? But yeah, it's a mix of both that should work in most cases,
right?
Unless you're very small and you know that there's something for your industry which is off-shelf ready, available from somewhere.
And sure, Ashish, I mean, we were discussing about this, and what would be your chain of thought in this direction versus build versus buy in this?
The organization took a decision 6-7 years back, and it was not that we had the resources or we wanted to build, nor that we had a vision of how to utilize it. The requirement at that point in time was our current providers were getting out of hand in terms of servicing the kind of data that we had.
Right.
So when the decision was made to just keep the ship running, the engine running. And today, I think it could be learning for somebody who's planning to do, but we can definitely say today we are able to serve better. And now we are passing on that legacy and intelligence to other hospital chains as well.
Yeah, and that's a great journey actually. And what I have seen is, at times when the decision such as this has to be made, it also depends on how soon would you like to go to market. And when you do decide to go to market with an off-the-shelf product, there you need to know that it won't support all use cases. So we'll have to make a conscious call what use cases they are and shortlist, because your priority is to go to market faster. I have 7 minutes left and I have a lot more questions, but in interest of time, let's get into the rapid fire. So this, by the way, this question has no right answers. I have some 7 of them here, and I think we should take about a minute. But here, please, whoever wants to answer to it, please do. And again, as I said, there is no right answer here. So
no hamper also.
Sorry?
Hamper.
There are, but I mean, we got to take collective responsibility towards it. So do you feel businesses are embarking on this journey of big data and AI due to competition or peer pressure?
Peer pressure.
Competition for me.
Competition.
I think so. After COVID, a lot of brands or a lot of companies have realized that everything is going digital, and that's why they are now more aware of data and how they should use it, etc. So it's a mix of competition and digitalization due to COVID as well.
Got it, got it.
I thought this was going to be funny. I think a lot of so my answer will not be correct. It'll be a little funny. I think a lot of guys are getting into this journey so that they can waste the money that they have.
It's that shiny car that I want because my neighbor has it.
So true, so true. Which industry do you feel has embraced this big data and AI effectively?
I think AdTech has done a lot, right? Then BFSI is doing a lot as well. I would say pharma, we are seeing a lot progressively. E-commerce, of course.
Got it.
Yep. I think all the major players, right? Your Googles, Amazons of the world.
High tech.
So they obviously are using it very well. BFSI, like you said, I was reading somewhere, some global data survey which was done. So apparently some 23% of the overall big data sort of revenues are driven by BFSI companies.
Right.
So to that extent, there is a huge amount of investment on this side of things for BFSI. And end of the day, just maybe, I know this is rapid fire, but I'll take 15 seconds maybe to go back to the previous point, the shiny new car. I would potentially put it slightly differently. It's about whether the consumer is buying your car or your competitor's car. And for that, I need to understand the consumer better. So if I don't invest in understanding the consumer better, and like we've said at the top of the conversation, the time to market is very critical. So somebody else will go ahead and sell their car ahead of you.
True, true. Makes sense. Which industry do you feel is not going to reap any benefit at this point in time? A very controversial, and you may choose not to answer also, that's fine. Any industry that you feel is not going to reap benefit right now? Pass.
Can't think of.
Sorry, you're going to say?
I would say that for very large B2B sort of industries, their use cases are limited as opposed to B2C companies. But having said which, everybody has need in varying degrees, and that's why every company will have their own strategy, and to varying degrees there needs to be investment into smart data.
Even during elections also now, a lot of big data
exactly.
will get converted to smart data and will be used.
You create videos now based upon how the consumption of that data is, essentially. Absolutely true. When would you imagine this would have happened, right, if you thought of it? So do you roll your eyes if someone starts selling you use cases of big data or smart data? Or rather, the question is more, what facial expression would you make when someone is selling big data or smart data to you? So is it roll your eyes, or is it like?
My reaction is curiosity, right? I would want to understand what they're doing, how they're doing it.
Okay. So there are more use cases still to be solved, essentially, is what that is.
Yeah, I mean, we are just starting.
Got it.
For me, I think what I am more interested in is in how other industries are using it.
Fair enough.
So, whenever someone is wanting to have a discussion, I would be more interested not in terms of what they are doing for BFSI, but what they are doing for, say, a healthcare or, say, a net tech.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I think I'm always curious to know.
No, got it. Always. Do you feel we have enough talent pool in India to manage the big data? What do you feel about it? Is it fantastic, good, or bad?
I think just throw any problem at us. We're always good at it.
Good at solving it. Yeah.
So we are good. We'll be fantastic for sure.
Fair enough. Any take?
I think there is a lot of talent in India. What I see is that we should have more and more apprentice kind of programs where students and apprentices are able to work with the industry. And really, because, whatever I've learned, whatever I've done, I have learned through my job, right? So I think that's an urgent need for us to do it, for sure.
Got it. Another.
I think we have shortage of talent, for sure.
I feel that too. I think it operates in cohorts where some parts we are really good at, and if you take specific technologies and look for talent in it, there is shortage, and the shortage has driven up whatever their asks are as well. So it is becoming a tough spot to be in, essentially.
I mean, while I'm saying that, I'll not say that we are not producing enough, but we are exporting a lot more than we should.
That's true. A fun one here. Between Darius III and Alexander the Great, or would he still be the great if he had access to big data? If they had access to big data or AI, who would have won the war? So I'll rephrase this. Between Darius III and Alexander, who would have won the war if they had access to big data and AI? This is 329 BC, so.
If that time there would have been access to data and AI, probably a peacemaker would have prevailed.
That's true. What about?
We needed them to also have, Instagram and TikTok. There was
Then there would have been
a chance of no war.
If I took a very controversial stand, I think Alexander would have still won because he was actually in it. He was leading from the front, so chances are he would have been thinking about what the vision would be towards winning the war, and then trying to kind of use big data the way it is. No?
Debatable, na? I already know what your next move is.
Right. Which department in the company would you completely offload to GPT and make that as a primary touch point? It could be internal, external, but what department would you completely offload to GPT? Again,
I'm not
please
sure.
feel free to pass. That's fine too.
I'm not sure if completely, but I think a fair amount of the MIS work which is done can be done,
Financial analytics or.
Yes.
Got it.
A fair amount of, I would say, dashboarding, for example, and, a lot of the MISs that the team spends so many hours to create. Or, now we are seeing some use cases in terms of PPTs getting generated at a click.
True.
How good or bad they are, that's a discussion for another day.
Just add on top of it all the mundane jobs. Because you're going to see those Excels day in, day out. You're going to see those PPTs day in, day out. Everything, which I will not come to office for.
Right.
Let's finish them off.
Repeatable tasks, essentially. That's true. This is the last set of questions. We are 2 minutes over time. I'm sorry. Do I still have time? Oh man, okay. So let's take those questions then.
All right, some special questions coming from the audience, I believe.
We'll take. I mean, there are many here, so I'll try my best to answer these offline. The question is, how to use the data that helps us to navigate and optimize to increase the latency with the help of Gen AI or follow the compliance, as follow the compliance. Okay, so basically I think to interpret this, it would be what would help optimize and navigate using Gen AI? What kind of data helps to do that?
Look, so Gen AI is something which is still, I would say, a fair amount in its nascency. The problem, so while Gen AI can help solve for a lot of things, and we are, every day we come across new use cases where it is getting used. The problem that, AI or Gen AI will always have is that we do not know, what has gone into delivering the outcome. You will only see the outcome, right? So especially where we are looking at analytics, what sort of understanding has gone into processing the data? What are the data signals which have been captured, and on what basis has that outcome been given to you is not known to us as humans. That is not something that you get from the machine. And that for me is something which we need to carefully consider. So if we go into the market just based on the responses that we get there, there lies a risk of it also not working at some points in time.
Yeah, the hallucinations or the artifacts of Gen AI essentially. There's another question here. How will smart data / AI and big data in collaboration impact media and advertising ecosystem? So would you want to take that?
No, I think it's already impacting a lot, right? Meaning all the big tech are using AI extensively. And so the more the data comes in terms of digital format, it can be used to understand the right consumer to be targeted, right creative to be communicated, and also in analysis that which are the segments which are really working well for you. So already so much of usage of AI for media is happening.
Can I please add something? So we are in a world where we see probably about 150 to 200 ads a day on an average for that 650, 700 million Indians that we are.
Right.
And probably some of those who consume internet so much more probably see a lot more ads than they should. Right? We are also getting into a situation where a lot of us don't want to see so many ads, and we have blind spot for those ads. If AI with big data can help a marketer reach out to the right guy, minimize the waste, it essentially means that I am not going to serve so many ads and still reach out to the right guy. I am ready to pay the money that I was going to pay for those 3, 4, 5 additional impression instead of reaching out to that one guy, to that one impression, which will essentially mean that industry at some point of time will be able to reduce the collision of ads, reduce the frequency of ad, and increase the yield, right, and improve the user experience. This is possible. I'm not saying that this is going to happen, right? But this is a very, very strong use case for marketing platforms to look at, right? While I'm saying that, it's not like going to happen tomorrow. It's going to take a lot longer, but yeah, a lot of investment will have to go from tech platforms for that, and a will to say that I will reduce the number of impressions.
That's it. I have many more questions here, but sorry, apologies. We are 6 minutes over time. Thank you so much, panel. It was an amazing round with fantastic experience from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm round of applause for all our panelists. Thank you for joining us. And may I have the honor of calling upon Pulkit Narayan, founder and CEO, Dangle Ads, to please help us with the token of appreciation to all our eminent panelists. You would like to say something? Sorry, Santosh, what did you say?
These are pretty good. I have about 10 questions here, and they're all of them good. So I'm just saying we'll use a forum to actually answer these questions.
Perfect. Thank you for the acknowledgement on that. And may I request Pulkit to help us with the token of appreciation. First up to Ashish. Ashish, thank you so much. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Uthaya. Thank you, Mihir. Thank you, Santosh. We request our entire panel to come together for a group photograph. What an excellent conversation this has turned out to be. Let's give them a warm, warm round of applause. Truly an age of smart data. And thank you all for contributing on this conversation. Well, before we conclude, I'd like to take the opportunity of inviting on stage Narayan Devanathan, Group Chief Strategic Advisor of Dentsu India, to help us with a closing note. Let's give our gentleman a warm, warm round of applause whilst as we request him for the closing note.
I realize I'm the person between drinks and dinner and you, so I'll wrap this up as quickly as I can. I have two things that I wanted to close with. One is just a couple of points as reflections on this entire day, and the other is to say thank you to a whole bunch of people in this room and not in this room as well. And I want to start with the thank yous because I want to continue and kind of bring full circle where Anurag started the day, which is with a spirit of acknowledging all of us who move forward and move all of us forward together in kindness to each other as well. So in no particular order, firstly, thank you to all of the sponsors who enabled this day to happen over here, from JioCinema to Dangle Ads to LinkedIn to Teeds to Mob Avenue, and of course IWM Buzz, Fandrum, and Beanly. So thank you to every one of the sponsors for making this happen over here. There's a whole bunch of people who are visible, but who are also not visible here. The AV team, the photography team, the video crew, all of the people who've been ensuring our coffee, tea, and food has been served to us on time. A huge, big round of applause for all of them. I'm fairly confident we would not have been surviving through the entire day without all of them over here. And then in kind of in reverse order, thank you, Santosh, and then the entire panel that was here, from Mihir to Uttiya to, sorry? Siddharth and Ashish, yeah. I had Musa as the acronym that I put down, but I stopped at Uttiya. And then Roshni, who was here before us, and then Anita and the fantastic panel comprising of, let me remember, MASSS was what it was. Sunil, Sandeep, Somesh, Mangesh, and Abraham. So thank you to that panel. We had in the first panel that Amit led very ably. We had SPARS is what I remember. So there was Pierre, Suresh, Pierre, Catherine, so not SPARS clearly, Catherine. So I'm not trusting. I used this joke with some of you in the outside over here. I can say it out here again. My memory has turned bad after COVID. I never got COVID, but I use it as an excuse after COVID. But yeah, so where did I mess up? Pierre, Catherine, Apurva, Suresh, and Rahul, so along with Amit. So thank you to all of them. And of course, Harsh for kicking things off from the Dentsu side, Anurag for kicking this whole thing off. Naval is not here. Nazia and Michelle are floating around and making sure things are happening on time, and the rest of the E4N team. And a huge, huge round of applause for the people who've silently been doing things for us from the Dentsu side, our communications team sitting over here alongside Abik. And as my table mate said at this point, what a wonderful audience that you stayed engaged throughout the entire session, and you're here until 8 o'clock as well. So clearly that speaks about what we've been debating and discussing today. And those two reflections that I had personally that I took out of this entire day was, you know, last year around August, I was on a panel on DEI and inclusivity in our industry. And I was a little more blunt, a little more than lettuce in that session, when I called out our own shallowness as an industry about how we pay lip service to the entire conversation around DEI. I have to say that today's conversation was just so, to use a Gen Z word, woke. We're also aware to the possibilities of AI, but also to the perils of AI. And so every conversation reflected that mindfulness, that deep knowledge, and more importantly, the deep engagement with the possibilities that we have in front of us and how we are engaging with them. And I think the second thing that came out of it personally for me was, I showed you that little schematic with those multiple dots. I collected so many dots over here, and they're all already connecting in different ways in my head. So a huge thank you to every single person who has stimulated all of our brains over here today. And I hope that collectively we're able to just push not just this industry forward, but all of us forward to a better place in the future as we go forward. So thank you once again, everyone, for being here today. And not last, but definitely not the least, thank you so much, Bhavna, for anchoring this so well through the day.
Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, thank you for being such a kind audience. Remember, on the way out, to scan if you've still not got an opportunity to download the report. And thank you for being such a kind audience. Please join us for drinks and dinner. But I have one final responsibility of getting our partner presentations on. But before that, I'd like to take a moment to thank our partners, Powered by Partners, JioCinema, official streaming partner for Tata IPL, Dangle Ads, global leader in driving 360-degree digital excellence. Our gold partners being LinkedIn, Teats, the platform that means business, as well as growth partner, Mob Avenue, your growth partner. We leave you with the partner presentations. Thank you all for being so kind with your time. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for today.
CRM cereal is the solution your business needs to win like a champion. It's toasty and crunchy.
Hang on, what about user adoption?
It's crunchy.
What about compatibility?
Well, it's toasty.
But can it port my existing database?
Let's ask CRM Panda.
CRM Panda.
CRM.
Commercial's not telling you anything.
Dancing pandas don't sell CRM. Ads on LinkedIn do. With 70 million decision makers, LinkedIn is the place to be.